I'd like to just remind Council of the compassion that we will and interest that we will have when we're making decisions and listening to all voices that come before us this evening. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we have no consent motions, nothing removed from the consent agenda. That brings us to item 12, which is the staff reports. You have in your package the report from GRAC regarding appointments to the GRAC committee, and I understand Lolita's in the audience if we have any questions. Are there any? There is no presentation, but are there any questions? Are you ready to move the motion? Thank you. Councillor Freeman, seconder. Councillor Vasic, all those in favor? And that is all of us carried. Moving us on to item 12B, City Utilities. Michael Puglisi, I understand you're making a presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Hamner and members of Council. Just about to say there's actually no formal presentation this evening for the city utility rates. However, both Mike and myself just wanted to address a question that's come up from the December 9th FSP meeting. So myself, I'm just going to quickly talk about the question of data security and privacy that was surrounds such a system as an AMI system. For the project that we've used and the recommendations that we've made to partner with Water North Hydro, we are tapping into a radio system that is a dedicated and private CRTC channel. And in itself, that provides a couple of advantages with concerns around data security. A dedicated and private channel significantly reduces threats from outside interference, and it's also easily detectable to see if any threat has been made or any type of other system has accessed that system. The data, when it's transmitted from a transmitter at someone's house through the radio towers to the database environment, is encrypted the entire way from point to point. And probably the biggest point that I just wanted to bring up around data security and privacy is that any data that is transmitted actually doesn't contain any customer information. So there's no customer names, there's no addresses, there's no geographic location associated with that data that's being transmitted. It is entirely just the transmitter ID and the water read, along with a little bit of information around the transmitter itself. So I hope that some of those points alleviate any concerns around adding an AMI system and data security. At this point, I'll just bring up Mike to talk about change to the fee structure. Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. Evening, Council. Just you may recall in the past rate reports, we bring the report for information in December, and then we bring the report back for approval in January. At times in the past, we've made changes to that initial report based on feedback from Council. Just wanted to confirm and let you know that there has been no changes to that report from December 9th, just, so you don't have to check every single word or table. The only thing that did change was a small change in the fees and charges schedule in the appendix, in that it was more administrative, and for ease of ratepayers is that one of the backflow fees was combined. So it's the similar rate, nothing's changed from a dollar's perspective, it's just combining the rates into one line for ease of clarity. So that's really, so other than that, nothing else has changed in the report from the December version you've seen.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, both Todd and Michael. Are there questions for Councillor Bodley and then Councillor Bonagar?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Hammer. I just had a question that emerged from the last meeting with respect to a commentary from a resident regarding the AMI system. And it was whether or not there would be any intention or I guess any value in looking at water usage from a time of use paying structure in the future.
Yeah, through Chair Hamner, Councillor Bodley, we have no plans whatsoever at this time to enact some type of time of use charges for water, and that would strictly be something that Council, we would only look at if Council directed staff to do so.
Okay. And sorry, just with respect to, is there any value from your perspective in such a system?
Okay, through Chair Hamner, yeah, Councillor Bodley, typically water AMI space. There's regions such as the southwest states that have water scarcity as a big problem, and so they do apply time of use rates for water consumption. We don't have that type of problem here in southwestern Ontario in general, so I don't think that there would be great value to that.
No further questions. Councillor Bonigar.
Thank you, through you, Chair Hanma. I find it a little difficult to bring this up. The AMI, it's primarily a customer service initiative. And it feels a little bit like a train that's hard to get off right now, but given the city's overarching infrastructure pressures, I kind of feel I'm forced to ask if customer service improvement is a strong enough rationale to go through with this project at this time. I do see the value in having this information. I believe in excellent customer service, but I also see huge competing demands for the money that we have available. So I'm wondering, should council decide to defer this project possibly to the next term of council, so beyond this 3-year budget, is the project still even feasible? Is that something that we could even be considering right now?
Through Chair Hamner, Council Bonigar, we have been investigating the AMI system for just over 4 years at this point. As noted in the council report, it's certainly an industry trend at this point. Yes, the primary benefit for sure is the enhancement to customer service, but that's also turning into a customer expectation. I would add at this point, when we try and address customer needs, we're often now met with, they're almost in shock that we don't have this at this point. And I think 4 years from now, that would only be heightened that much more. I would prefer maybe to pass this back to Chair Hamner and have perhaps council debate that merit, because staff have put forward this recommendation based on our analysis of an AMI system, and we've tried to display the costs as best we can, and it's now up for debate with council.
And Commissioner Patel has more information for us.
Through you, Chair Hamner, to Councillor Bonigar. The point I'd like to make is the EMI is funded through the water-based reserves, and the infrastructure investment that we're talking of and the 17 million gap that we talk of is on the tax-based side. So any decision that is made here with respect to the EMI project would certainly not be impacting the infrastructure investment that we're looking for as the budget that has been tabled. Sure, there is a bit of an infrastructure shortfall even on the utility side, but it is not as significant as we have on the tax side. So I wanted to put that in context too.
That was going to be my follow-up question was, if the money that's budgeted for AMI was somehow made available for other things, what could it have been applied to? And I understand, we do have needs primarily on the tax base, but we also have infrastructure issues through utilities too. So again, I was wondering, and if we did that, would that essentially cancel out the ability to even do AMI later? So would we be kind of cutting off our nose to spite our face should we delay it at the moment?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I think to me, budgets are a tool to implement what other priorities that council have. And having read this report, I think there's certain environmental benefits also with respect to AMI. And I think that is another part of it that we cannot ignore. And just because we could be addressing infrastructure issues first and AMI later, we are not aligning ourselves with some of council's priorities with respect to the environmental benefits that come from the AMI. So I will put that on the table too. I would leave it to the operational folks to speak as to whether AMI can be implemented thereafter or later on. The money, if you look at the charts that we do have some money in the reserve. It's a question of council priority as to which one we spend first on.
Commissioner Rapp has some information to share.
Certainly, through you, Chair Hammer, to Councillor Bonigar. The other interesting point is that we can only spend this money on utility services. And the tax base, the road side of our capital program can't really even keep pace with the utility program. So when we do dig up a road for the replacement of a storm sewer or sanitary sewer or a water main, quite often it puts a lot of hardship on the tax base for the surface works, which is the road, the curb, the sidewalk. And currently that's not funded at a point where it can keep up. Really, it slows down, if you will, part of the utility program. So to put more money into the utility program to rip up some of the infrastructure, it would put extra pressure on the tax base for the road component to catch up or keep pace.
Any further questions? No. Okay, all right. Any further questions regarding the utility rates? If not, Councillor Henry, can I look to you to make the motion for the recommendations as in our package? Seconder for that motion, please. Mayor Jaworski, any further discussion? All in favor, I'll call the question. And that is all of us. Carried. Thank you very much. Mayor Jaworski?
Well, I'd just like to point out that, I think it got lost a bit in some of the media coverage, but that even with this increase, we still have the lowest water and sanitary rates throughout the region by far. So I think that's something that we're able to do a lot with a little bit of money. So thank you to the team who were able to put that program together.
Great, thank you. Councillor Freeman.
If I could just add to that, I think it also is reflective of the fact that staff have maintained a system in good order. And that's helping to, keep our costs down. And so I appreciate the work that our staff do on our utilities side. I asked a question earlier about infiltration of fresh water into our sanitary system, and I know that a lot of municipalities aren't focused on that. We've been focused on it for a lot of years, and so I think that's another important point to point out, is that you've made investments over time, and that's helped drive those numbers down.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. That moves us to item 12C, Beechwood West 1 Home Association, Inc., Special Service Area Levy of Vote. And Julie Scott will be presenting the results. So, Julie.
Thank you. I'm going to provide just a brief overview at the beginning for anyone present this evening that was not here at our November public meeting. But just a reminder, we have about 12 homes associations in the city of Waterloo created 35 to 45 years ago that have pools. They were created by the developers, and the memberships have been paid annually as required through covenants. And for some, but not all of these associations, those covenants eventually expire. It helps to think of it similar to a condo corporation, although it's not. It was done by covenant. But think of it like a condo corporation. So we have many different residential facilities within the city of Waterloo that have amenities, whether they're pools or additional trail facilities or gymnasiums, basketball courts, tennis courts, etc. And the funding for those facilities is paid for by the residents that enjoy those services. When some of the covenants started to expire, there was a conversation at the city as to a way that we could help these homes associations keep financially viable. And the solution that was presented to council and adopted by council at the time was to implement a special service area levy, which we then later brought to council to entrench as a policy. And essentially what it does is it shifts the collection of those funds and the requirement to pay for the membership to the tax base, and it provides the association with a little bit more certainty year over year with how many members they have and how much income they will have coming in to operate the facilities. So Beechwood West followed the policy and submitted a complete application to launch a special service area levy. The area that we are looking at, if I can get this mouse to work. So just to orient yourselves, this road here cuts off but is Fisher-Hallman. Herb Street would be down here, Columbia Street up here, and this is Keatsway as it winds through. So Beechwood West 1 is actually a little bit divided by Keatsway, but the facilities themselves are on Sanford Fleming Drive. So as we mentioned, a complete application was submitted that requires a 66 support via petition of the covenanted members to start the process. They can only, the sale can only take effect after the covenants have expired, which for this association is 2020. And we start the vote process, and it requires that we receive 66% of those that vote supporting the sale to bring that back to council. So just a quick overview. We started the vote process September 6th of 2019 with the information packages and the preliminary voters list mailed to all the covenanted properties. The initial ballot period was set to end on December 2nd, 2019, but as I've outlined in the report, we learned that week from Canada Post that there had been an issue with the postal rates applied to the return envelopes. So in order to remedy that, we delivered new ballot packages to all of the homes that we had not received a ballot back from. So with mail-in ballots, you get a declaration form. So you know exactly what addresses have voted. We're then able to identify anyone we hadn't received a package for. And I hand-delivered on December 6th replacement ballot packages to all of those addresses. And we ended voting on January 6th. So a little over a month later than initially intended. We opened ballots on January 7th. And the official results are getting presented to council this evening. So turnout for this vote was almost 87%, which is what we typically see with the special area levy votes. On the question of would you support the institution of a special service area levy, the percentage of the ballots cast, almost 90% of ballots cast voted yes. And if you looked at the eligible properties as a whole, almost 78% of eligible properties voted yes. We did have two ballots that were submitted. One was intentionally spoiled and one it was not clear the intention of the vote. So we do have two, and 21 or almost 10% of ballots cast voting against the implementation. Therefore, having met the 66% threshold of ballots cast, we're bringing this forward to council this evening with a staff recommendation that we enter into a lease and license agreement with Beechwood West 1. What that means from a practical perspective is that the property is leased to the city and we license the operation back to the Homes Association. So annually, the Homes Association will hold an annual general meeting where they set their budget for the year. They provide that information to finance. Finance will then take that. We bring a bylaw forward to council annually that sets what the collection will be on the households year to year. So it is an annual bylaw. The agreement itself does have a term where it can be renewed, but there is an annual check-in with council. And that's all I have this evening, but I'm available for questions either now or throughout. I know that there are a number of delegations speaking.
Thank you, Julie. I'll open it up right now. Are there any questions of Julie? And then I'll open it again for Julie. No? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We do have 4 registered delegations, and I will remind you that when you come up to the podium, you will have 10 minutes. There's one delegation that has 2 people, so you have 10 minutes combined, and then I will just call you up in order. So our very first delegation is Adi Vyas and Heidi Johnson.
Should I just press this button to turn it? Okay, yeah. Okay. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of council on behalf of Beechwood West 1. I'm Heidi Johnson. I'm the secretary of the Beechwood West 1 Homeowners Association. I'm also the chair of the Covenant Expiry Committee. This is Adi Vyas. He is the president of Beechwood West 1. I submitted some notes that also should be included in your package. I'm not going to repeat everything that we talked about at the November 18th meeting. I'm just going to present new information tonight. So as Julie did mention, we did have the final votes for the external ballot, and it was overwhelmingly 90% of the received ballots were in favor of having the special activity levy implemented. These are covenant households that were polled. These are members that have been belonging to this covenant association for 35 plus years. A lot of them are here tonight. So they've been paying it forwards or backwards on whether they use this facility or not, knowing that this does have a sense of community, but also is really tied into the values of their home. So it is very important to them. These votes also represent very closely to the internal petition that was part of our application process. We had about 86% voting yes on that one. We had a bit of higher turnout from the petition because I think it was, we collected it by hand instead of mailing it in. It was a hard process to come to the decision to go to apply for the special activity levy. Beechwood West Covenant Committee did extensive research, exploring lots of different options. We met with the city 2 times. The first time was back in May of 2015 to discuss a special activity levy, and again in December of 2018. So there was lots and lots of discussion and analysis, as I mentioned in my previous presentation last time. And from that extensive research done by numerous volunteers on the board of directors and the Covenant Expiry Committee, the decision to pursue the special activity levy was presented to our membership at our annual general meetings 3 times for lots of discussion and communication with them. So again, it was not something that was entered into lightly. All the other options were extensively looked at from a financial, a social, and a longevity standpoint to see how feasible will this be so that this home association could continue to run long into the future. Beechwood West 1 is a private facility. It has no obligation to offer associate annual passes, and some of the home associations do not offer annual associate passes. So it's been a privilege that we have offered to our neighbors in the community over the past couple of years. There's a problem. There was lots of problems when we looked at going to a volunteer or pay-as-you-go model. There's just no stability in that model. Other home associations who have had expired covenants and have defaulted to this model have found that only about 30 to 40% of their covenant members continue to pay on a volunteer basis the annual dues. So that means that annual dues then have to increase because costs never go down. Sometimes that would be a significant increase. If we only got 40% of our covenant members paying, we would have to maybe even double our rates to about $700 to $800 a year. That in turn might make less people want to volunteer to pay. And so it becomes a vicious cycle. Then we'd have to increase the dues more or, try and get more people. And without that good financial stability, the facilities start to deteriorate. Also, the services have to get reduced. The number of hours that we can be open or staffed with our lifeguarding facility. All of these then have negative impacts on the value that is perceived of this home association. Switching from a volunteer pay-as-you-go model to a special service area levy after the fact has been proven to be unsuccessful for other home associations that have tried that way. Beechwood North was the most recent one that tried to go through this and did not get the 66% then in the external vote. So that doesn't give us a lot of hope that that would have been any different outcome for our home association. Selling more associate annual passes is also not a feasible or realistic option for us. Beechwood West 1 facilities does not have a parking lot. So selling more associate memberships and bringing people from other areas up to the city will increase more parking on our side streets. And some of our side streets do not have sidewalks. So cars are parked on both sides of the street, which then becomes a safety issue. Children are often running across the street excited to get to the facilities. Cars cannot visualize them as they're running between cars. Sometimes then they have to walk through a whole street that has no sidewalk. So it's not something that, as a community, that we're really wanting to explore. Associate families also, they do increase the volume of users of the facility. So in turn, that also increases the wages that we have to pay out. So there is a tipping point in terms of how many associates become actually an increased cost in the long term. And again, there's no guarantee that associates would continue to purchase an annual pass season after season after season. What was presented last time is over the last 4 years, we've had 88 different families purchase annual seasonal passes, because on average, an associate family only wants to use our facilities for anywhere from 3 to 6 years. So after it's no longer something that they're interested in, they have no obligation to the facility, so they leave, unlike the covenant members that are continuing to pay whether it's a facility that they use or not use. Okay. So Beechwood West 1 is not trying to be exclusive. We've been looking into ways that we can really continue to have our friends and neighbors enjoy the facilities with us. We already have great guest policies. At Beechwood West 1, a member can bring up to 6 members with them to use the facilities. We also invite non-members into our social events. We have a pizza party, an opening barbecue, we have movie nights, we also have an adult social, so there are still opportunities that we would like to engage the greater community as well. Also, Beechwood West 1 hosts events at McRae Park, which it's adjacent to. For the last 35 years, we've been taking care of the outdoor rink. Actually, Barry Taylor here, for 35 years, he was spoken about in the Chronicle that he's been doing that volunteer, and that's open for all residents. Yeah, that's true. We also do the annual May Earth Day cleanup at the park as well. So there's lots of opportunities still that we're trying to engage the whole community. We understand that home associations are something that are unique to only a few neighborhoods in Waterloo, but we really think it would be wonderful that with a little partnership with the City of Waterloo, that we could continue to operate our home association as we have been doing for the past 4 years. We ask that you respect the 2 votes that were done by this community, where the vast majority of us want to implement the special activity service levy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Heidi and Adi, there are a couple of minutes left. Did you want to say anything before I open it to
I'm
questions?
just here mostly for the questions. If there are any questions, any comments,
questions
concerns.
from council?
So Heidi was leading this effort for the last couple of years, and before that, some other board members. So.
Okay, great. Councillor Vasic?
Thanks through you, Councillor Hanmer. You mentioned you can have 6 members at a time, and I was curious if there was a limit to how often you can bring these 6 members.
6 guests.
6 guests at any one given time?
Yeah, so other than our swimming lessons, which pretty much run Monday through Friday in the morning times, it's open swim from 1 till 8 or 9, whenever the closing time is, depending on the day of the week, and on the weekends. So no, there's no limit,
There's
really.
no limit.
Like you can bring the same 6 guests over and over. You can bring guests as much as you want all year. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you for both of you to all the work that you have done on getting us to this point today, and I appreciate your presentation this evening. We do have, the next delegation is Jennifer Eagle. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jennifer Eagle, and I'm a resident of Beechwood West 1 area. My husband and I moved to the area with our 3 children about 12 years ago, and although our family rarely uses the facility now because our youngest child is 15, we did spend many hours using the facility when the children were small. They took their swimming lessons there, they played a little bit of tennis, but mainly they spent time with their community, splashing around in the pool with their friends and family. My husband and I made friends there. We were welcomed into the community coming from Milton or from Toronto before that. It was a great way to build some new relationships here. I wanted to speak tonight in part to publicly thank our board for the work that they did to help make us make this decision as a community. This was so much work. As was explained at the last meeting, they consulted other pools, held neighborhood meetings, walked door to door to answer questions, updated websites, like they just went above and beyond. I followed along as best I could at all of these steps and felt that their assessments were well researched and easy to understand and very accessible. So I wanted to make sure you knew we did know what was going on. After much research and reflection, I support the SAL because I believe that it's going to be the most sustainable way to maintain the pool and the tennis facility. I think my husband and I are at an interesting life stage to be making this decision. As I just admitted, we don't even really use the pool anymore. That would have seemed impossible to me 5 years ago, when the children were there literally all the time. But now they're more likely to be the lifeguards than the swimmers. They're working, they're not living with us in the community. We're also at a crazy expensive stage in our life with 2 at university and 1 about to head off. And although we would like to say that we would still pay with the volunteer model, as we would like that idea that we would, We're not sure. When we had a good, frank discussion about it, we said we probably would at the beginning because right now we're passionate about this working, but we are honest with ourselves. Life would bring other priorities and probably we would slowly stop paying. Why then am I supporting the SAL that would make me keep paying? I actually think that the SAL ends up being the option that is not only the most sustainable for the pool, which I do really like the pool, but that it's also the most inclusive in this really strange way. And that may surprise people, so I'm going to explain it a little bit. With the SAL, all of the families in the original Beechwood West 1 area will still be able to come to the facility. This is easy to explain to children. I'm a teacher in the neighborhood. I teach privately, and so I always think of things as how would I explain it to kids? That's just me. I can tell them there's an old rule that I don't like that says we can only have certain people be members of that pool, and that's because the pool belongs to them. That was agreed a long time ago. Can't change the rule, but they can come as guests with friends, and we will try and make that possible. We'll look into anything we can come up with that we're allowed to do to make it work for them. With the volunteer model, on the other hand, or pay as you go, or whatever, however you want to call it, some of the families in our area will pick to become members and others will not. One would have to explain to children that they cannot use the facility because this time their parents either can't or won't pay. I feel like that is more confusing. Furthermore, I can easily see the fees increasing as we become dependent on less families for the same funding. That may be prohibitive to some in our community. Instead, it will mean, perhaps, that families with the extra money or that do have the ability will drive to our pool and in a yuck scenario, park in front of a house with children in it whose parents did not pay and get out and run to the pool facility. I just feel like that is harder to explain and definitely not more inclusive. I've also found myself wondering what discord might be created between neighbors when everyone suddenly knows who is paying and who is not. If the pool is struggling, will we be tempted to resort to pressuring each other to join? Will we judge those who do not pay? I don't think that's going to be positive in our community either. I want to acknowledge that this is not an easy decision for me or for most people in our area, and that we've talked about it a lot. Many of us, or I would guess most of us would be sad to lose our associate members. They add a youth and vibrancy to the pool community. You go there and it's full. It's been wonderful. I also teach, as I said, in our neighborhood, and I know some of the little ones that will no longer be able to come and join in the fun. In an ideal world, Waterloo would have more of these community hubs that we've been so blessed to enjoy, and every child would have access to something like this. We wanted the pool to stay as it was, but unfortunately we don't get to vote on that or on making this a more inclusive place that we could reach out to different communities. On a final note, I'm hoping that the council respects the vote of our community and passes the SAL. I also hope that you're able to walk away feeling good about your decision. I've lived in the area long enough to know that our children benefit from the services provided by the facility. And actually we do too. Yes, some of the families in our community have a higher socioeconomic status than others. That does not mean that our kids do not deal with divorce, bullying, mental health issues, physical limitations, and all the normal stuff that makes navigating childhood messy and tricky. It's wonderful that the city has a chance to help this little pool and tennis facility keep building the community and touching the lives that it's able to reach out to. We thank you in advance for helping make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Just hold on for a second to see if there are any questions. Any questions for Jennifer? Oh, I am reminded in my remiss, unfortunately, we do not allow applause in council chambers. So as enthusiastic and excited that you are, I should have mentioned that at the beginning, but thank you. Are there any questions for Jennifer? Seeing none, Jennifer, thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Sharif Mohammed. Sharif, please come to the podium.
Chair and Council, I appreciate you guys letting me speak in front of you today. I'm speaking on behalf of the associates, and I guess I'm going to try and keep it brief. I spoke in the November meeting. A couple points that I'll bring up that were established in that November meeting. One is that the SAL is meant to be a last resort for home associations. So I appreciate that it does provide a guaranteed revenue stream going forward, but it's actually designed to be a last resort when a pool is not viable as we stand today. Also, the SAL can be applied for any time after the covenant expiration. So, if it's economically viable today voluntarily, it can be applied for in a number of years if the circumstances change. And then obviously, based on the vote, we have 190 households within the home association that have voted yes for the SAL. I think ultimately what this is coming down to is what's the financial viability of this pool with or without the SAL. I know the board has had a different assumption that I had presented in the financial analysis I provided in November, where I'd assumed 67% of home associates would pay voluntarily. The board has used 40%, as you saw in the presentation there. 190 people voted yes. By essence, that's basically 190 people saying they're willing to pay voluntarily for the pool. Now, granted, there could be some that decide differently as a result of a SAL not going through, but really we have to ask ourselves the question, if the SAL did not go through, is that 190 people, 190 households that voted yes, is that suddenly going to reduce to 98, which is the number used in the board's financial viability? The reality is that's highly unlikely. The pool is viable today, and I think the strong vote for yes actually further demonstrates that. So I think by voting for the SAL today, really what we're doing is it's a trade-off. We're trading off the ease of cash collections and membership collections, which I understand are not easy and very time-consuming, but it's at the sacrifice of excluding 50 families from the pool, as well as forcing the 20 families that voted no to pay against their will. So that seems like a very heavy trade-off to me, especially when it's actually not even necessary. One of the last points I'll make here is, making it a voluntary pay model does keep it inclusive. It means everybody can join wherever you live, not just a restricted area around the map. So I think it does promote inclusiveness much more than with a SAL in place. And then lastly, if a SAL was put in place and the associate members could not use the pool, there is a waiting list at Upper Beechwood 1 and Upper Beechwood 2 pools, which are the closest neighboring pools. So those 50 associates would now be filtering into those 2 pools, creating more congestion there and actually adding to the demand and the wait list. So it's not as simple as kind of the associates saying, hey, let's go use a different pool. Those are all filled up too, and the demand in the entire Beechwood area is that high that there's actually wait lists on every single one of these pools. So I guess my ask of council today is to look at what makes sense versus what the policy says, or what's, the votes that came in. At the end of the day, this pool is viable. There's strong demand within the community. And I think if that changes at some point in time, I think every associate member would be happy to support the SAL if we actually felt that the pool would not be viable. None of us want this pool to struggle. None of us want this pool to get run down or go under. I would rather not use the pool with my family and have others enjoy it if that was the case, but I just don't believe that's the case today, especially with 190 households voting yes, meaning they're voluntarily willing to pay for this pool.
Okay, thank you, Sharif. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, Sharif, thank you again very much for your presentation. And our final delegation is Matthew Smith. Matthew, welcome.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm here with my wife, Beth. We live in the area covered by the covenant with our three children. We've lived there for about 10 years, and prior to that, we lived in Westvale. Many of the themes that I want to speak about are similar to what Jen had to say. I won't say it nearly as eloquently as she did, but I'll just share a little bit of our story. When we began to outgrow our home in Westvale, we were looking to move. We really only considered Beechwood, and the reason was very simple, and that was because of the pool. We'd had the good fortune to visit the pool several times with friends, and immediately appreciated the benefit of that to our family and the enjoyment of our family. But we also thought beyond that, and we recognized the value that having access to the pool would have to our investment in our new home. So we actually bought an older home, at least older in terms of Beechwood, that required a considerable amount of maintenance and upgrades. But this was a very conscious choice. We prioritized location over the home itself because it was important to us that we had those access to those facilities on an ongoing basis. You know, we could have chosen to buy a newer home that required less attention, but wasn't in the area covered by the covenant, and we made the choice that we did because of priorities that we had at that time. I do want to emphasize as well that none of the current homeowners have chosen for the covenant to expire. This was a decision made by the developers more than 30 years ago. So we're going through this process by necessity, not by choice. It's not something that I think any of us relish. Nevertheless, the board has done a great deal of research over many years, as Heidi indicated earlier, and I feel that the homeowners were really well informed throughout the process, and that everyone was able to make a really well-informed decision when it was time for both votes. So there's really a clear majority here that have voted in favor of the SAL, and I would ask council to respect the wishes of the homeowners. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you. Just hold on for a second to see if there are any questions. Any questions for this delegate? Seeing none, thank you again for your thoughts. So we do have recommendations before us, and I guess I will. A question for staff? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Councillor Hanmer. I feel like I have a really good sense of what will happen if council votes yes, but I'm less clear on what practically happens if council voted no. Could you help me understand that a little bit better?
Through Chair Hanmer to Councillor Vasek, it's not really something that staff can speak of. That would have to be a decision of the association. So there's a variety of options the association could consider. One of them they've talked about is the volunteer pay-as-you-go. They could look at the facilities as a whole. I mean, if it becomes financially no longer viable, then they could look at potentially filling in the pool, tearing up tennis courts, potentially selling off the land as a building lot. It's not city-owned land, it's privately owned by the corporation. There'd be some legal considerations around that. The association was formed to deliver recreation facilities to the covenanted properties. So there'd be a number of things I think the association would have to look into, but the city would not necessarily be involved in any of those discussions because it is privately owned land by a corporation.
Okay. Any further questions for staff? Then Mayor Jaworski, can I look to you to make the motion? A seconder, please, Councillor Henry. Any further discussion? Go ahead. With a comment? Go ahead.
I think, certainly I belong to a home association, so I'm very familiar with this, and through being elected to this council, seeing what other home associations have gone through. And at the end of the day, there's a single list of all the addresses for which forevermore this property is the responsibility of, and that's of the people who voted here tonight. And it's sort of unfortunate that these were set with covenants that expire, and it's sort of unfortunate they were set to a certain group, but that's the cards that were dealt here today. We have a policy that I think certainly the group has followed and gone through all the work for it, Heidi and Adi and all the rest of the volunteers there, and trying to make the best of an unfortunate situation, really, when it comes down to it, because I do know that, as one of the delegates mentioned here tonight, it's something that's very popular when you have young kids. Once your kids are older, like mine, you end up playing tennis once a year, it seems, but, it's still a vital part of your community, and this helps ensure that it has a way forward and doesn't fall into disrepair or whatever might happen with it. So that's why I'm moving it here today.
Okay. Councillor Henry, any comments for it? I will call the question. And all those in favor? Any abstaining? That's all of us abstaining? No, sorry. All those opposed? Thank you. So that is the motion that is carried. The recommendations are carried. I'd like to just add a comment, and I didn't make them as the motion. I know that this was a very difficult process for both those that are part of the covenant properties and also the surrounding properties. And as your councillor, I want to commend all of you for the comments and the thoughtfulness that you went through and looking at what are some of the alternatives, what are the possibilities. And I do hope through this process and working through some of our other neighborhood strategies that we are able to rebuild and continue to have the Beechwood West 1 neighborhood and surrounding areas a very viable place for us to be. So again, thank you for the work that all of you have done in carrying this to this stage at this point. All right, we will move on to my second one. I'll give it a minute maybe while the delegate, while people move out. Dominique's in position, okay. Yes, I have you on my list. As long as I don't skip over it. I just about skipped over it. All right. Give them just another second. I know. All right, the next item on our agenda is a recommendation to amend the designation bylaw 8262 for 25 Regina Street South, the Button Factory under the Ontario Heritage Act. There isn't a presentation, but we do have a staff ready if there are any questions that we have. Any questions for staff? Councillor Bonigar.
Through you, Councillor Hanmer, I'll speak up a little. I just want to thank staff for all the work that you put in right across the city, but especially with our heritage buildings in the core. I just was curious, like Button Factory Arts has been in that location for a considerable amount of time. Were they consulted as part of this, and what was their assessment of the proposed heritage list?
Through you, Chair Hanmer. So both the manager of arts and culture, Estero, as well as the executive director of the Button Factory were notified of the report and the proposed amendment to the designation bylaw. So they were informed of the proposed changes. We did not receive any opposition or further comments on it.
When were they made? Sorry, I've got a cold, so my brain is running slow. So when were they alerted to the report?
Staff were drafting the report in December, so it probably would have been in the beginning of December, if I recall.
So this wouldn't have had time to go to the board of Button Factory Arts for consideration at all?
I received no indication that it did, no.
It wouldn't have. I'm on the board and we haven't had meetings yet over that period. Would you normally, just given that a long-term tenant would be intimately understanding of the space, I was just curious as to what their input would be. Would it be of value to this process to have input from them, or is it just completely unrelated to people who actually use the building?
No, I think there's certainly a stakeholder in this process. I think the intent of amending the designation bylaw is to better describe and list the heritage attributes of the building. This whole process was initiated through facilities as part of a potential elevator addition. And so that's sort of a separate sort of next step that I think the Button Factory and the arts community would be much more inclined to be involved in the actual planning and construction phase of a future elevator addition. The intent of this report is to amend the designation bylaw to better inform that elevator addition.
Awesome, because it's really, I'm just motivated by I want to make sure that while we are protecting a wonderful building, we're not precluding any modernization or, not kind of infringing on the utility of the space. So it sounds like this is all melding together beautifully. I do have one other question. What is a heritage sprinkler alarm? I'm just really curious.
Let me just refresh my memory here. So, through you, Chair Hanmer, the sprinkler alarm. I was informed from our chair of the Heritage Committee that it was a feature that was a part of the Bun Factory. It's representative of the sort of industrial buildings of the time. There's an additional Bun Factory in the city of Kitchener that also has this type of sprinkler alarm, and it is a part of the designation bylaw as a heritage attribute.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? And I know it's a little hard to hear right at the moment. Yeah. Okay. So do I have a motion, someone to move? Jen is very excited. Councillor Vasek is very excited to move, and seconding it, Councillor Bonagar. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's all of us. It is carried. Thank you very much. Our next item is the proposed demolition of residential dwellings 28 Dorset Street and 7 Princess Street West. We do not have a presentation in particular, but Dominic Simpson, thank you, Dominic, is here if there are any questions. Councillor Veith, Councillor Bonagar.
Through you, Chair Hamner, thank you. I just want to, could you just remind us, these houses were going to be demolished anyway, correct?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, yes, they would be demolished either way. It's just because of the hydro infrastructure that needs to be put in place on site. The applicant is asked to demolish the houses in advance of site plan approval. They currently have a site plan application under review with the city, though.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Barnagar, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Hanmer. I just for context, I'm getting a little bit concerned about the number of demolition exemptions that are coming to council in general. So I know in theory that granting this early would then start the clock, so the project would then need to be done in 2 years' time. But if a project is delayed, I'm wondering at times maybe the fine would be worth paying for a developer. So I'm loath to make it look like if you apply to demolish a house early, that just means everyone can demolish a house early. So I'm just curious, what's the minimum kind of demolition required to actually do the hydro work they're talking about? Would demolishing one house do it? Because it seems to be an ease of access issue that's prompting this. So what can we do to ease the access without keeping the precedent rolling? I see Mr. Cotter coming to the stage.
Through your chair, Hamner. It's a good question. I think as the city intensifies, the demolition applications that we're seeing are evolving, and that's why you're seeing requests to advance certain demolition applications before the traditional rules that were set in 1986 are abided by. In this case, we evaluate and typically only advance applications where we believe there's a public interest. In this case, it's an interest to advance hydro infrastructure that will serve multiple properties, contribute to multiple developments in this area, all of which that have seen council consideration through a zoning process. So from our perspective, these applications have come to council, this application through a full zoning application, the other application through Lexington Park, which is the expansion of the historic post office site. Again, that site will be serviced by these hydro facilities. So in our mind, we are pretty careful with the demolition control bylaw, but where we do see, one, a public interest, and two, the applications have been vetted through council, then we're prepared to advance reports to council for consideration. Ultimately, it's council's call as to whether you want to allow the demolition to proceed in advance of site plan approval. In this case, the one thing that we did want to make council aware of, that the application that was advanced through the zoning process, the building elevations have slightly been modified as outlined in Dominic's report. So we're just making council aware of that. But as Mr. Simpson indicated, the applications are in site plan. They are being reviewed by staff. This is just an effort to try and move things concurrently to benefit multiple properties.
Okay, so in general, can you give me an idea of like the time buffer that's essentially, is it a couple of months early, a couple of weeks early, or is it impossible to tell right now?
Through you, Chair Hamner, very difficult to tell with site planning. Again, a lot of it is an iterative process. We do our work, we put it back to the applicant, and there's a lot of pieces that need to come together, but I can say that we're committed to moving it forward as quickly as we can at our end. I'm sure the applicant's doing the same at their end.
And in your opinion, are both buildings in the way of the hydro work that needs to be done?
Through your Chair Hamner, effectively, in order to secure some of the design components related to the hydro, you've got to obstruct the driveway. So you need to work on the demolition of the one property, absolutely, but that typically has an effect of impacting the adjacent structure as well. So given the efficiencies of taking both structures down at one time, it likely makes sense to issue the demolition permits now, allow for that site to stabilize, access into the site during the hydro servicing. And again, as we understand from discussions with the proponent, they're looking to advance their proposal as quickly as they can.
Okay, so potentially by just limiting this to one house, we could be making the second house even more unsafe for the public.
Potentially.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? No? Can I have someone put the motion on the floor? Councillor Weiss, second. Councillor Bonagar. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That is all of us, so it's carried. Thank you very much. Our next item is the request to amend Section 37 Planning Act, 145 Columbia Street West. Again, there is no presentation, but Laura Dewar is here if there are any questions. Are there any questions of staff? Good. If not, could I have, go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Sorry, I did have one question. I didn't see an uplift listed for this Section 37. Did I miss it?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, it's basically what we did in this case was we just took the last value that was used for the last density bonusing application that was brought forward and approved by council. Not sure, I think it was a Hickory Street file that Rita Zelok brought forward. So that was the value that we used in this case.
Go ahead.
And was there a community benefit identified for that piece? I just didn't see it. Was it in the agreement later on?
So it's sort of left over from there in the zoning bylaw that was approved back in, I think, 2013 for 330 Phillips Street and 145 Columbia Street. There was a sort of density bonusing package that was approved. It was put in the zoning bylaw at that time. So through this process, we aren't negotiating new benefits. We're basically just proposing an increase to the security that the city would take for the lead building, and the developer would give us that security, and they would be refunded the security when they perform on the lead building.
Councillor Bonagar.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Hanmer. I just had one question. So this is for 21 additional bedrooms. What's the mix of apartments in the building, like one bed versus two bed, and how would this affect that balance?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I am not quite sure exactly the mix. At this point, they could all be one bedrooms. They could be a combination where I can't actually speak to that exactly, and I don't have the site plan that has been brought forward most recently in front of me. I think it's a combination of 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Yeah, apologies, I should have let you know
Sorry.
that I had this in the back of my mind. But thank you.
Any further questions? May I have a mover, Councillor Henry, seconder, Mayor Jaworski? All those in favor? Carried, that's all of us. Thank you very much, and thank you, Laura. That brings us to item 13A, which is, the next item on the agenda is 13A. A correction's been made to the title as it's listed on the agenda. It currently reads Zone Change Application Z1907 and Official Plan Amendment number 26. It should be Official Plan Amendment number 28. This is an informal public meeting to consider zone change application Z1907 and official plan amendment number 28, Marzio Architects, 693 Beechwood Drive. There will be no decision made tonight. This is the first time that council is hearing the presentation. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration in developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by council during a formal public meeting at a future date. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and anyone who signs the registry will receive notice of the formal public meeting. Anybody who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should sign the appropriate registry located at the desk at the rear of the council chambers. If there's more than one registry, please make sure that you are signing the appropriate one. Laura Dewar will now provide a brief overview of the application. Laura, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair. Is that on? Good evening, Chair Hanmer, Mayor Jaworski, members of council, and the public here tonight for this informal public meeting. The application for Official Plan Amendment 28 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z1907 was submitted by Marzio Inc. Architects on behalf of Beechwood Cooperative Homes Inc. for the lands at 693 Beechwood Drive. So the subject property, no click activated. The subject property is about 5.3 acres in size. It contains 78 rental townhouse units, and it's operated as a co-op within the region's housing portfolio. 61 of the units are subsidized rent geared to income units, and the other 17 are market rate units. So this little community was built in about 1994. And this aerial view gives the property some broader context. We have singles to the east here. We have the hydro corridor and additional singles to the north. To the west is Herbsville Road and Clare Hills Natural Area. And there's a few singles in this location, and the rest of the lands to the south are generally undeveloped lands. This is the site plan that was approved back in 1993 for this development. 14 of the townhouses front directly onto Beechwood Drive, you can see here, and the rest are internal to the site. These units there's units along the back of the site here that are also 3 stories, and the rest of the units are all 2 stories and facing into an internal private road. All of the townhouses have a garage and space in their driveway for another vehicle. There's also about 30 visitor parking spaces on the site. The development has a community center, a playground, and a common recreational area in this location, which also functions as like a drainage area currently. The main entrance to the site is from Beechwood Drive, and there's also a secondary emergency access and pedestrian access to Herbsville Court. This is a street view along Beechwood Drive of the property. These are some internal views of the community center. You can see here the existing playground, and this is sort of the central recreation area, drainage area where the proposed building is to be located. These photos show the internal driveway and some of the 2-story townhouses on the site, and this is just another view on the other side of that common recreational open space area. So Beechwood Cooperative is proposing to build an apartment building here in this location in the center of the site. The building would be 5 stories in height, 16 meters in height. It would contain 32 units all one bedroom. They would add about 42 surface parking spaces to the site. The community center and the playground would remain intact, and some of the existing underground services would likely need to be upgraded. I believe water and sanitary. Overall, the development would have 110 units, 242 bedrooms, and 168 parking spaces. These are some conceptual elevations of the apartment building that were prepared by the agent, Masri Architects. You can see the community center right here when you enter the site. So this is kind of looking into the site from Beechwood Drive. And here's the apartment building. I'll let Rima Masri, the architect, speak in more detail to the proposed building. Here's just an alternative view. You can see the community center in this location and some of the two-story townhouses that would be next to the apartment building. So the property is designated low-density residential in the city's official plan. This designation permits a range of low-rise building forms with a maximum height of 10 meters. Apartments may be permitted subject to a zoning bylaw amendment and up to a maximum height of 12 meters. So as you can see in this image below, the orange and blue lands that you see here along Herb Street are lands within an odor corridor, which is where our official plan directs growth and intensification. These lands are not within an odor corridor. They're currently zoned residential 8, which allows towns, stacked towns, and triplexes. So the applicant is proposing to add a specific provision area in the official plan, and the purpose of this would be to allow the proposed apartment building to be 16 meters in height, where the official plan currently caps apartments where they're determined to be an appropriate use to be 12 meters. The applicant is also requesting to change the zoning category from residential 8 to residential 9 to add apartments as the permitted use. That's the main difference between the two zones. They wish to increase the maximum height of an apartment from 12 meters to 16 meters. They need some relief from the bylaw to allow the building entrances to be on the east and west facades versus the facade facing Beechwood. They need to legalize some interior setbacks and the driveway width. They're requesting a reduction of 3 spaces for the visitor parking for the towns, but where they may be able to rearrange the parking and meet the parking. And they're requesting relief from the loading space requirement where 1 is required and none would be provided. So any request for an apartment building in the low-density residential designation is required to meet a range of criteria in the official plan related to density, site and building design, infrastructure, and neighborhood compatibility. Staff see this proposal as meeting those criteria. The request is also has to be reviewed against certain locational criteria. And in this case, staff believe it doesn't meet all of those criteria. So it's not in an odor corridor, it doesn't have direct access to a collector or arterial road, and it's not adjacent to a school, but it is arguably on the edge of a low-density residential neighborhood. It's a close walk to bus stops, to a school, to a park. In addition, the proposed building is situated internal to the site. They are trying to meet the parking requirements, and they do intend to accommodate new affordable housing units within the building. But as for the proposal to go above the 12-meter height cap in the official plan to 16 meters for a 5-story apartment building, staff does have concerns. In 2012, the city did create, through the official plan, the most recent official plan, 4 distinct height and density categories. Apartments were taken out at that time of the low density category. They could be brought back in subject to a process such as this, with a clear height cap of 12 meters. This application does propose an even taller built form to a more intensive building type in our lowest height and density category. We need to consider the cascading effect this sort of request can have in other low-density residential areas across the city. Our official plan directs that increases in height be considered typically through our bonusing policies, where the city can secure community benefits in exchange for additional height. But those sorts of applications are only in our official plan only directs bonusing to take place in nodes and corridors, and this is not in a node or corridor. We also question the built form compatibility here. We have 3-story towns at the front and back of the site, 8.8 meters in height, and we have 2-story, 6.4 meter towns elsewhere on the site. So this would be directly next to a 16-meter, 5-story building. We also wonder about the visual impact. You would certainly see a building like this from around the neighborhood, where previously there really wasn't this sort of building sort of protruding up from the skyline. It can dramatically change, we think, the feel of a low-rise neighborhood. In terms of the zoning review, we're generally supportive of the request to rezone the lands from R8 to R9 to allow an apartment building on the site. It would be subject to a few things like confirming there's sufficient pressure for fire. We do think they should be meeting the parking and loading requirements. And we want to make sure there's no legal issues with adding a new building to an existing co-op. And of course, if we receive any other compelling feedback from the public or council, we want to consider that as well. As I said, staff do have significant concerns regarding the proposed height of 5 stories and 16 meters. The applicant has expressed a clear intent for this building to accommodate affordable units. Affordable housing and low to moderate income households are both specifically defined in the provincial policy statement. And we know there is a really strong need for this type of housing in our community. But we have an implementation challenge here. We don't have a mechanism through this process to secure this project as affordable housing, and I just want to make council aware of that. However, staff do want to work with the applicant and any partners to move this affordable housing project forward. The next steps are for the city to receive some final comments from the region, provide comments back to the applicant. If there are any changes to the application, it would be recirculated, and then ultimately we would come back to council with a staff report and recommendations at a formal public meeting for council to make a decision. And I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Laura. Do any councillors have questions for Laura? Just remembering that this is an informal public meeting and only questions of clarification may be asked. Council members should not express opinions at this point. Questions of clarification, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through to Laura. When you first started this presentation, you mentioned that this was sort of a drainage area, yet this is where they want to put a building. That's not an issue?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I understand that the storm pipe that was installed back in 1994 was oversized, possibly they were considering that this might happen in the future. So our engineering staff has taken a look at that, and it is possible because of that oversized drainage pipe to infill this area and still have sufficient drainage off the site for stormwater.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned 42 additional surface parking spots, but it wasn't really obvious to me where more surface parking would go. Is that a better question for the next delegate?
That might be a question they could show you where specifically they've accommodated them.
Yeah. And then finally, one of the things on slide 14 you had is it's not adjacent to a node or corridor, but if we think about our nodes and corridors study, it was before Ironedale, Urbsville had its prominence that it does today. But I think the fact that notwithstanding that, the building still is oriented towards Beechwood Drive, not Urbsville Road, the major corridor, and so therefore it's still that's still an issue. I'm just thinking back, we did the nodes and corridor study so long ago that it wouldn't have studied that road because it was sort of back road back then.
Commissioner Robb?
Looking at more vintage staff on this one.
Certainly, it does not meet the criteria established. We do have criteria as to what is a minor collector, what is a collector, what is a node, what is a minor node. It does not meet that criteria today, nor did it in the past.
Thank you.
Councillor Vasic and then Councillor Bonagar.
Thanks through you, Councillor Hanmer. I just might not understand this fully from the drawings. I'm curious how a project like this comes to be. So it looks like all the townhomes are staying intact. No affordable housing is lost, and in fact, there's interest in actually increasing affordable housing. So I'm just curious how this partnership came to be, and I think that's my main question. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Hanmer, it's a great question, and I think that Rima Masri would be more equipped to answer that question.
Councillor Bonagart, Councillor Bradley. Through you, Chair Hanmer. Well, thank you, Mayor. You asked my first question. And the other question I had, is the intent for this building to be entirely affordable? Has that been established yet?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I don't believe it's been established, but again, Rima might be able to update you a little bit on what they're hoping to achieve.
Okay. Councillor Bodley.
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I'm just wondering if you can speak. I'm a little confused, I guess, or maybe you could speak to why we have this implementation challenge with ensuring that it's affordable housing going forward. Is it that we don't have this tool within the Municipal Act? Is there something that we could do at council that could alleviate that implementation challenge? Or I wonder if you could elaborate on that a little bit more.
I think the type of thing we would maybe want to see would be an agreement of some sort, but as far as I'm aware, we don't have a tool through the Planning Act or official plan to give us the legal authority to require or enter into such an agreement, but maybe Joel can speak to it a little bit further.
I see Mr. Cotter has information.
Through you, Chair Hamner, to Councillor Bodley. The simple answer is the Planning Act allows us to regulate the type of land use and the type of building that's constructed on the property, not how the property is operated. So again, in certain instances where we do have authority, like Section 37 for bonusing criteria, maybe we will give you extra height, extra density in lieu of a community benefit, which in theory could be affordable housing, and that section of the Planning Act gives us specific authority to enter into agreements. So the challenge we have is as Ms. Dewar indicates, an issue of law. We don't have the legal authority to require the building to be used for affordable housing. Council, and I think that's what Ms. Dewar's trying to imply to council, is council has the authority to permit an apartment building on the property. How it's actually operated, we don't necessarily have the ability, but we have the submission of the applicant, which is they intend to advance it for affordable housing.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Bottom.
Sorry, just to follow up, knowing that they're going through the process with the region, are we likely to know before the formal public meeting whether they've actually entered into those agreements with the region for the subsidies that they're looking for? And if so, do those regional subsidies have time limits attached to them as to how long they have to operate it?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, my understanding is that that process would probably take longer than it will be for us to come back to council with a staff report and a recommendation.
Okay, and Councillor Freeman.
Through Chair Hanmer, Mr. Cotter, haven't we demonstrated trust with other folks that have told us they were going to build affordable housing in the past, like the Maxwells or the Alfred Henschen Co-op? So, because there's always that chicken and egg piece, right, where you have to apply for funding so you can enter into an affordable housing agreement, but to apply for funding, you have to have a shovel-ready project.
Through you, Chair Hamner, to Councillor Freeman, absolutely. The challenge is always that in order to advance some of these requests for funding, you need to be able to demonstrate that you have the land use permissions to advance such projects. So, and again, most of these projects that we see are advanced in good faith, which I have full belief this is what's going on before council. We have an intent to advance a project for affordable housing. I think staff are just trying to be diligent to advise council that there are certain limitations in law. That notwithstanding, the request before you is it appropriate to add additional intensification of this site? with the intention of the to advance affordable housing.
Would it be fair to say that within the city's height and density bonusing program, that there was some hope that there might be folks that have land that could potentially intensify to create affordable housing? And that's why it's part of our bonusing opportunities.
I think through your chair, Hanmer, it's really that one policy that speaks to the lands having to be within a node or corridor that somewhat limits us here. I mean, I think it's possible. Joel, speak to that.
Through you, Chair Hamner. I think the official plan was structured in such a way that it made it easier to advance these types of applications within nodes and corridors. Those areas were identified where growth and intensification was intended, and so allowing bonusing frameworks from a policy perspective tied to nodes and corridors makes the implementation a lot easier to adjust height and density. For these other sites, it's just a little bit more of a planning process. You have to establish a specific provision area and then establish specific official plans tied to advancing these types of applications. So the way I would characterize it is because it's outside of a node and corridor, there's a greater care that's taken to make sure that the level of intensification we're doing here is appropriate and doesn't, as Ms. Dewar indicated, have this cascading effect in other low-density residential areas. So part of the consideration is if we approve development here, why is it appropriate here on this particular location, and what are the implications from a precedent perspective in other locations? It's not to say that it can't be done, it's just there's a little more care that's required through the planning process. And that's the application that the proponents are advancing for council.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. I will now ask any registered delegations to come forward. I will call you by name because we do have 3 registered delegations for this evening. When you come forward, could you please state your name and municipality of residence for the record? And I'll call first Rima Masri and Jennifer Voss.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jennifer Voss. I'm with JV Planning and Development Consulting, and I live in the city of Cambridge. Thank you. And I'm here tonight with Rima Masri, who is the architect for the project, and several members, residents of the Beechwood Co-op. So I'm a planner, so I'm just going to go through kind of like the planning rationale for our proposal. Laura has touched on a lot of the points that I have included in my presentation, so I'll go over those quickly. Which will hopefully free up some more time for Rima to discuss the architectural component of the project. So the existing development consists of 78 townhouse units with 210 bedrooms. As Laura had said, 61 of the 78 units are geared to income subsidized housing. There's 107 existing parking spaces, and which include 29 surface and 78 within the townhouse garages. There's a community center building and the children's playground, which are proposed to remain intact in their current form. How do I just tap? So what we are proposing is we're proposing a 32 one-bedroom unit apartment building on 4 floors with a very unique feature on this building which increases the building height. We're proposing a greenhouse amenity area which includes a communal kitchen and dining area and rooftop terrace on the 5th floor of the building. So a total of 242 bedrooms are proposed. The proposed development results in a density of 112 bedrooms per hectare, which is well below the maximum density of 150 bedrooms per hectare. which is the maximum permitted density on this site. So we're not proposing to increase the density of the site through our OPA ZBA application. We're proposing to increase the height from 12 meters to 16 meters to accommodate the 5th floor, which does not contain any units. It contains a greenhouse and very unique amenity area for the residents of the co-op. A total of 149 parking spaces are proposed, which would include 71 surface parking spaces. 29 are currently existing, and we're adding 42 new parking spaces, predominantly through, if you look on the site plan, around the actual apartment building. We're adding additional parking spaces. We've squeezed some into the corners of the site where we could, but we are not proposing any parking variances. We initially, in our original application, we were proposing a site-specific regulation for relief of 3 visitor parking spaces, but we have accommodated those 3 additional parking spaces on site. So we are not proposing any parking variances or special regulations with respect to parking. So a total of 145 spaces are required. We're proposing a total of 149 parking spaces, which includes 30 visitor parking and 6 barrier-free parking spaces as per the zoning bylaw. These subject lands were originally zoned medium density 3 in the former zoning bylaw 1418, which, as you are aware, was recently in effect until, I believe, end of September. The MD3 zone did permit townhouses and apartment buildings. Under the former zoning bylaw, the primary reason that we were requesting a zoning amendment was to allow for a maximum building height of 16 meters, whereas the MD3 zone permitted 13.5 meters. So we were requesting an increase of 2.5 meters in height. And we also required a number of site-specific zoning regulations to address reduction in parking, landscaped open space, density, but these were based on outdated regulations that do not align with current planning policy. So now that the old bylaw is no longer in effect, that part of the application is essentially not required. The subject lands under the new zoning bylaw are zoned R8, and unlike the previous MD3 zone, apartment buildings are not permitted in the R8 zone. So under the new zoning bylaw, a zoning amendment application is required to permit the proposed apartment building and to permit a maximum building height of 16 meters, whereas 12 meters is permitted. Site-specific regulations are required to recognize existing conditions, including the width of the existing driveway at the property line and the requirement for a type A loading space. The site-specific regulations required are considered minor, and I think that the main issue here is with respect to the proposal in height. The site, as Laura indicated, is designated low-density residential, maximum, which permits a maximum building height of 12 meters. And so we are requesting amendment to allow for a maximum permitted height of 12 meters, which staff are supporting. So they are supporting the 12 meters. The 5th floor of the apartment building that we're proposing will add the additional height, but it does not add additional units or the intensity of what we're proposing to do in terms of the number of the density of the site. It's strictly to address the height. So as Laura had indicated in her presentation, there are evaluation criteria that are used to determine whether or not apartment buildings are appropriate. within the low-density residential designation. I am of the opinion that all of the evaluation criteria that are required to meet, that that the official plan says we shall comply with, we meet. And I believe that the only difference that we have, a difference of opinion that we have with staff, is the locational criteria that are used to review the context of where the apartment building is located. And we have the benefit on this site is that it's very unique, and it is the increase in height to allow for the fifth floor greenhouse and amenity area does not have any impact on the low density residential neighborhood. It is well buffered with existing vegetation that screens that is around the perimeter of the site, along with the location of the townhouse units. As you can see from this picture, it's a unique enclave of the property, and I'm not saying that I would suggest that a 5-story apartment building would be appropriate within the low-density residential neighborhood, but in the locational context of this site, it has no impact on the existing low-density neighborhood. It's on the periphery of a low-density neighborhood. It's well separated from the low-density existing single-detached homes, and there are no shadow impacts, as Rima will get into in her presentation. In terms of privacy or overlook issues with respect to the increase in height, there are no proposed units on the 5th story. So what we're really asking for is, in our proposal, is a unique proposition where we're proposing a unique building that has community benefit. Not only provides affordable housing, but provides this unique sustainable development that incorporates a greenhouse and a very unique common amenity area that will benefit the community and the residents of the Beechwood Co-op. So I will hand it over to Rima now for the balance of the presentation.
So my name is Rima Mazri. My office, Mazri Architects, is in Waterloo. I wanted to talk about just a few of the concepts from architectural point of view to explain some of the things that are being discussed. So one is the concept of fit. So height can be looked at as a component of how we establish a fit of a building within a neighborhood or within a complex of buildings. But it is only one of the criteria, and I, as an architect, I don't believe it's the strongest criteria. One has to look at the building form, I think foremost, as under the matter of fit, then as the expression, the architectural expression of how the building is put together, the materials, the colors, and the overall fabric that is established by putting all these buildings together. Definitely height is a consideration, but we all seen buildings that are high-rise, 10, 12, 20 stories, surrounded by much lower buildings, and you feel that there is enough fit because of good design practices. But on the matter of the height, I also want to explain that if we start with the 12 meters, where does that come from? Which is, it seems it's more supportable in the context of planning and from staff point of view. That is a 4-story, each story being 3 meters, floor to floor, 10 feet. And that would result in a flat roof. Because under the Waterloo zoning bylaw, the sloped roof will have to calculate half of that. So in the middle, if we were to add a sloped roof on top of the 4 stories and take the dimension to the middle of the slope roof, at a low slope that is 4 and 12, we'll get 15 meters. So same building, same density, 32 units, same floor to floor height. And there's a 3 meter that is needed just for the sloped roof. And in my opinion, a sloped roof would be a better fit in the neighborhood. What we're asking is the 5 stories, but in this case, we're using the attic space to put the greenhouse amenity in. And we're only asking for 1 more story more, 1 more meter more compared to a sloped roof on a 4-story building, which a lot of, from planning point of view, is seen as lower height. But I think the matter is more intricate than that. We can reduce height if we go to 8 feet ceilings as opposed to 9-foot ceilings. That would save about a meter, but I feel strongly about equity in the community with all the other apartment building standards being in the city being 9-foot ceilings. So I don't want to provide for this community lesser quality living space as part of our discussion how to resolve the height. So when we started this project 2 years ago, when we first met with staff, we wanted to add 6-story of residential, and then we lowered it to 4-story in respect of the height. At the time, we started, as Jennifer pointed out, with 13.5 meters. So we were much closer, but it took us 2 years to get here. And now with the zoning bylaw being changed, the numbers look like they're farther apart. But there are other reasons why we arrived here that I will explain. So in these sketches, the massing at the bottom and then the shadows, you see that in between the 12 meter, the 15 meter and the 16 meter, there isn't really that much difference, because the sloped roof, as it bends internal to the building, it disappears in terms of its effect on the neighborhood. The shadows, we selected like 1 time afternoon in June, which being the most, like the worst case scenario, with the shadows being longer in the afternoon, and there is no legible difference. Now, why are we insisting on the 5th story? From the beginning, we wanted to include as much affordable housing as possible to serve as many residents as possible. We went with the one bedroom unit model because that seems the most need. But we also had this dream of doing something unique for the community. And through exploring ideas and meeting with the co-op, we thought of the greenhouse idea as a way to address some of the other things that communities, as our living changes and as we intensified inward, there are other things other than affordability that as a community we need to be thinking about for the future. So we looked at something the CMHC had as an innovation fund, they called it. And this was our idea of how to bring innovation into a residential neighborhood. And this allowed through access of funding from different levels of government trying to try something new. So we thought by bringing the greenhouse, we can tackle things like urban farming, nutrition, availability of healthy food in our communities. And it's a way to possibly provide employment, bring the community together around a core idea, and also access funding. So when we looked at the innovation fund under the CMHC criteria, there are 3 things they're looking for to evaluate eligibility for funding. One is a passive house. So we're trying to position this building to be designed and identified as meet the passive house criteria. Then accessibility. The CMHC has a different criteria for accessibility, much higher and multi-level than the OBC. So as illustrated by the colors, all the units will be accessible at a varying degrees, starting from the basic line of OBC and going upward and addressing maybe a variety of accessibility issues, not just mobility. And the third component is the innovation. So when we consulted with CMHC, they told us that there has to be a community angle to our application so that it would score higher in their criteria. So their advice was to include a kitchen or a community space that goes along with the greenhouse, so that it is more something that would address the community, bringing them together towards a concept. So we're hoping by positioning the project this way to make it more viable. The intent is to build this from public funds. So we talked to the region of Waterloo, we put an application, we're in conversation with them to access the provincial funding through the service provider at the region of Waterloo and through CMHC and through also some local community foundation. So by bringing all this together, we're hoping to address more than affordability. Affordability is very important. So I know we can talk about rules and numbers and so on, but what we care about is, and I'm sure you all feel the same, is putting people into homes. And that's what we're trying to do today. 32 people will have new homes. And then as overhoused people move from larger townhouses into a smaller units, maybe some families can move into those houses. I think that's if we view this application in this light, we may see it differently. I know planning, we're here to talk about planning, but Councillor asked, how this happened or why is it difficult? It is very difficult for groups such as the co-op to bring such applications.
Ms. Masri, I'm going to have to ask that you wind up. I have permitted you to go over.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so if you can just wind up your
Yes.
comments, that would be terrific. Thank you.
But it is difficult to pull all the resources to bring a project up to this point, and this is our first step. After we get to a point where we're shovel ready, then we can access the funding. My last point is this is an excerpt from the official plan, which I see it as a commitment from the city in supporting of affordable housing, fast tracking. Then we are not asking for density bonusing, we're just asking for an extra height, and collaboration and financial relief. I just want to put it out there that at some point in the future we'll be coming to you to ask for help with the fees. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. I will open it up to Councillor. Are there any questions for our first delegation? Councillor Vasek, then Mayor Jaworski, Councillor Bonagar, Councillor Bradley.
Thanks through you, Chair Hanmer. I do have my first question I asked earlier, but now after your presentation, I'm curious about what are the operational needs for the greenhouse? Because I don't know if that falls under regional at all. So what are the operational needs, and then how would they be provided for in the greenhouse and the kitchen space?
In terms of funding?
No, like operationally. So once you've built it, what are the needs to upkeep it, and what's the plan to keep it up in a sustainable way?
That's something we need to look into further and study a bit more. Right now, we're at a point where we're not sure if that's something that's going to happen. We hope that it happens. If it doesn't, then we're not going to pursue it anymore. But we did look at some point, we talked with some local farmers and people who do this type of rooftop type of gardening. So we have some idea how that's going to work. We looked into combining the photovoltaic with the light that's required for the greenhouse. So like we looked enough to know that we can make it happen, but the details will be in the building permit stage.
So I guess maybe my follow-up would be to staff, because I have no opinion of this right now. But so say we say, cool, 16 meters, no problem. But shouldn't we also know if there are particular regulations for upkeep and maintenance of the greenhouse and the kitchen as well? And just if that provides if any problems or challenges arose, if there's any risk to the people living in the building, do we have any jurisdiction or responsibility in that respect?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, we cannot do conditional zoning. So the decision to permit a 5-story, 60-meter building here, staff believe really has to stand on its own, because, and rather than rely on the building being a guaranteed affordable housing building and despite how it's operated, because zoning doesn't get into operational details, even despite how innovative they may be, it's just not something that zoning has any way of controlling.
Okay, thanks. Just a comment. I feel like, while I understand where that's coming from, I feel like this one's a hard one to divorce those from one another, because they do seem so connected. Like, part of the reason for the height is for the community space. So sort of, it feels to me like we have some sort of responsibility to but to have a strong feeling sense with some facts to demonstrate that would also be able to operate safely and et cetera. So just saying it because I'm curious about it. So maybe if that's part of the process along the way.
May I add?
Commissioner Rapp, no, the question was to staff. Commissioner Rapp had some information to add.
Certainly, through you, Chair Hammer, to Councillor Vassic. Coming back to the other question about the operational aspect of the greenhouse type of structure, the building division, depending on the class of structure and if it's proposed to be used in that manner, unlike houses that grow too many plants in them, we would be taking a look for proper ventilation, all the load, the capacity, all that type of thing, if we know it in advance. So we'd be making sure of all of those things for certain from a building code perspective, but the day-to-day operations, that would be worked out with the co-op, all that.
Thank you. And then my last question was just the first one that I asked, which is, how did this partnership, it seems like a partnership, how did it come about?
Just through passion and commitment to community needs. This was an area of interest of mine, and as I started to meet members of co-op, my interests met their passion of 15 years ago when they tried to do this before. Somehow things didn't come together, and when I looked into the funding structure that's available through various levels of government, brought it to them, they believed me that we can put something together, and it's been a 2-year journey, and a lot hinges now on this zoning application, because as we get it to shovel ready, then we can apply for funding.
Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you, through the chair. Hello, Rima. One of my questions from the last time asking Laura was, where's all the surface parking? And I think I spotted in Jennifer's presentation that the additional surface parking is all along the edge of what's currently the green space. Is that,
yeah.
That's the 42 new spots?
Most of it is on the edges,
yeah.
And there's 2 pockets at the end where we squeezed a few more parking spaces. So one is beside the circle and one is on the other end.
Okay, thank you, Rima.
Councillor Bonigar.
Through you, Chair Hanma. I'm just curious, given the placement of the proposed building, it seems to be like in what is currently the green heart of the co-op. So where do you envision, and this may be for you or for someone else on the team, where would kids go to play, dogs go to run around, and the rest? What happens to that, the green space that's currently there? Is there space for that elsewhere?
With that green space, although we would lose some trees, but that green space is not currently usable because it is like a dry storm pit. So it is deep and it gets filled with water, so it's not really a usable space. There is a children play area that we're maintaining, which is to the left of the current community building. So we're not touching that. And that's also one other motivation why we wanted to add the greenhouse, is to compensate some of the green area, but in a more urban fashion.
Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through your chair, Hanmer. Is the intention for the greenhouse kitchen to be used only for the residents within this development or for the broader co-op in general?
The intent is for the co-op. I don't know if the rules would allow them, everybody.
For staff? Okay. Do you want to ask your questions of staff now? Go right ahead.
Thank you. Do we have anything within our zoning permissions or within our authority that would allow us to permit the height but not allow residences on that 5th floor?
All right, through you, Chair Hanmer, the bylaw could be structured, I believe, to prohibit units on the 5th story.
And given that, I would ask the applicant whether they would have an issue with that.
I don't believe we would have an issue with that.
And my last question, without fettering the process, if we wanted to fast track the approval process, given that it has an affordable housing component, what would that look like, and how would we initiate that?
Through you, Chair Hanmer, I think we, as at a staff level, would just prioritize this project in our workload potentially, and I would also add, while Joel's coming up here, that the amount of detail and the level of opinion that we're sharing tonight is sort of I've also met with the applicant already, and we've had some conversations. That is my attempt to sort of move this file along, whereas typically we wouldn't maybe give this level of detail or opinion or have some of those conversations until after the informal. So the applicant could also at this point submit a site plan pre-consultation meeting. So I think at my level, I've made an effort to kind of keep this moving forward at a good pace.
Mr. Cotter, you have some information to share.
Through Chair Hamner, just to expand on to what Laura said, we would do whatever was within our control to expedite the review of the application. We would also use our collaboration with our community partners who are commenting on this to emphasize the importance of the project and ask for maybe a higher level of service from those entities. Because a lot of the iterations that go on in these applications is issues resolution. So again, if we can reach out to our counterparts and ask them to review this application in priority of other applications, again, we can try and advance the process as quickly as we can. But it's an issue of allocating staff resources, and from our perspective, affordable housing is something that's needed within the community, and we put it at the top of near the top of our list of applications we have to deal with.
Great, thank you. clarification?
Just I appreciate everything that you said there, and I believe that planning staff also think that affordable housing is a priority. So thank you for the commentary there. I'm just curious if there's anything that you would need from council direction to fast track the process if that was something that council so desired.
Through Councillor Hamner, no, we don't need a specific resolution of council. We would prioritize it. The only caveat I would add is we have, as Mr. Rapp alluded to in the business plans today, our legislative obligations. So those always have to be dealt with first, and then next in line would be these types of applications, and then our day-to-day work.
And Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, Chair. I forgot to ask one of my questions. One of the things I'm curious about is that we've had some informal meetings where we've been told that that the pro forma wouldn't be able to be met. And this seems like a high cost, not as high return investment for you potentially. So I don't know if I'm right on that. So one, are you going to be able to meet that? And two, is there any risk to doing such a high community benefit project to it not happening if you don't have the money to do it? If that is a risk, are you able to meet your pro forma?
Well, I'm not approaching this as a developer where I'm looking at the return on investment. The hope is that we'll be able to build this with public funds, and that's the reason for the early discussions with the region of Waterloo and with CMHC. So we already put an application to the region of Waterloo last year, and they listed us as at concept level. I'm not clear exactly what the amount of funding that they will allocate to us. That can only be clear as we finish working drawings and we develop our budgets. So we have to go through this process without having all the answers, but that's how the process works. I believe we have a really good chance with CMHC innovation funding, and that's why the reason that we're trying to hit every one of their criteria so that we rank high in their evaluation system. But we're working as we go. Thank you.
And Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chair Henmer, and certainly thank you both to Jennifer and to Rima for presentation and Q&A thus far. Curious about a few things and some to confirm. I wanted to pick up on the question of how the partnership emerged and how this process sort of emerged. I'm wondering if someone could speak to the co-op's process in terms of its decision making to come forward, because often what we would see, the impact of a tall building in a low-density area or a mid-sized sort of building in a low-density area, is the immediate adjacent neighbors have filled the chambers and tell us a lot of often very terrible things, whether or not they're based in reality or fact. We hear lots of stuff, but the immediate neighbors here are the co-op members. So I'm curious as to their process and their level of consensus around submitting the application.
I wonder if we do have the co-op as the next delegation.
Oh, I can't see on my sheet who's coming up.
Yeah, so
I'm happy to have them answer that if that would be
perhaps
preferable.
we can hold that question for them. Anything else, Councillor Henry?
Yes, and I'm curious about, we danced around and said that this is an affordable housing project. I'm wondering if someone could tell me what they mean by that. Because there's lots of definitions of affordable housing, and I'm curious what the applicant in this case means by affordable housing and the mix on the site.
So we discussed that last week with the co-op, so they can provide more information on that. But quickly, as I understand it, their levels go market level, but their market level is lower than the real market level, and then it goes to subsidized, then geared to income. So from that, what I understood that their geared to income and their subsidized is actually lower than the definition in terms of amount of rent than the region of Waterloo definition of as affordable being 20% less than the market value, because their market value rent is already at close or at affordable to begin with, and then it goes down from there.
So I think I'll look for more detail when they come up. So I think that's a really important component, because when we say affordable housing, people hear 6 different things. So it's really important to know which thing we're hearing when that's something we're talking about. And the last one I have, and this is, I think the site plan piece that came up, I was trying to read the very small print setbacks. I know when we have mid or high rise zones adjacent to low rise zones, we have setback criteria that buildings are required to meet on those kinds of sites, and that's 7.5 meters or half the height of the building, whichever is more in that case. I'm just curious as to how this building relative to its adjacent neighbors on the same site would compare to the criteria we use when we have intensified things in nodes and corridors adjacent to low-rise residential.
Yeah, I believe we have 8 meters to the back of the immediate townhouses in the back.
Okay. Any further questions for this delegate? Rima and Jennifer, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I will call on our next group. There are 4, Shelley Millatz, Rosemary Jones, Christine Post, and John Stryker. And I'll remind you that the delegate combined have 10 minutes.
Oh, good, it is 10 minutes just combined, all right. My name is Rosemary Jones. I'm one of the tenants at Beechwood Cooperative Incorporated Homes. I've been a member at Beechwood for 20 years now. When I first moved to Beechwood, our coordinator and the board were trying to buy the adjacent property to build 1-bedrooms and 4-bedroom townhouses. We were approved, we went through the process, but then there was an issue with the cul-de-sac there on Herb Street, the court. It actually wasn't a court yet at that point. So we walked away because of the cost of having to do the court. We weren't able to do that. We were able to fund buying the land and building. However, that was something that wasn't foreseen when we applied. Fast track to 2000, I'm going to say 15, we attempted again. We applied to the region, and we were turned down. Our application was turned down at that point because it didn't have enough meat to it, and the region did say they would like to work with us in order to be able to do this. So we looked at purchasing the adjacent property again. However, it didn't, the price of it it wasn't going to be feasible. So we looked at our property and said, what can we do here to help our aging population? All of our children, so many of our children are growing and moving on, and we're holding affordable housing at a larger unit number, more than what we need, because a lot cannot move out and pay full market rent that's out there right now. I'm sure you're all aware that 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, 3-bedrooms, 4-bedrooms are all anywhere between $1,300 to $2,100 for 2-bedrooms. When you're living on a limited income, or you've been at a market and you're trying to raise a family and you've got kids to put through university, being able to move out of a larger unit into a 1-bedroom in our community where we're familiar is ideal, not only for some of us that are there and at the last count and kind of review to come tonight to be a bit prepared. We have probably 10 units that could move into the market price or market in a building like that, freeing up 10 units of 2, 3, and 4-bedroom housing. That's just going to then keep that sort of moving on top of being able to offer the additional units to the waiting list. So this is why we're here. This has been really well thought out. This project here, I met the architect at a forum for cooperative housings. We have them 2 times a year. We offer courses. We take courses on all kinds of different subjects. She was there speaking on affordable housing. And I said to her, how can we move forward? This would be our third kick at the can. Would love to be able to do this, not just for our community, but for Kitchener-Waterloo in a whole, because it is needed. It is terribly needed. And it's not just needed for the single moms or, you know, people who are down on luck. It's needed for our children. Some of our children can't afford to go out and rent coming out of university with a university loan. My oldest son is 30 years old and he's still living at home. Why? Because he has a 4-year university loan that needs to be paid off, and he didn't get a job, 6-figure, like he thought he would when he came out. So it's not just, you know, I think it affects society as a whole, and we haven't really built much in the last 20 years for any kind of affordable housing. And you know, we have the land, it's our property. We're a very well-run co-op in Waterloo. Our numbers speak for ourselves with what we have in our own reserves and what we have as an operating budget. We've always been a very positive influence in the area in Waterloo. We have every year, this year was the first year we haven't in a while, had a skating rink for our kids. Every summer we have a carnival that the public, like Beechwood, anyone is able to come to. This past summer we had Batman there, we had, like, it was a great time, you know. We do fireworks every year. We're not just housing. It's a family. And, you know, we're trying to offer that for others and for ourselves. So any questions? Please feel free.
Rosemary, thank you very much. We can see that you are very passionate about the proposal, so I appreciate it. I'll just give you a few
maybe
minutes.
Sometimes too much so, but I see the need. I've worked downtown Kitchener on the streets dealing with homelessness, and with the city of Waterloo and bylaw, with the region at the bus terminal. I've seen a lot of stuff out there, and you know, some people don't want the help, but there's a lot that do, and there's a lot that should be able to have a roof over their head. And if we're able to put 32 units on that map, then kudos to us. Kudos to Waterloo as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's needed.
Thank you. I will open it up to Council. Council Henry, do you want to forward your questions or hold them? Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Rosemary, for coming out. Regarding your application to the region, you said you're working with them, but ideally this is something that you would want to become part of the cooperative complex, that cooperative commitment, so to speak. Like, I think when you're working with the region, you have really different opportunities. For example, you can have 20 years affordable housing and then it goes to market rates. But in a lot of cases like supportive housing of Waterloo, YWCA, their commitments are essentially in perpetuity. What are you looking for from the region?
Okay, so from the region, we're actually going to be meeting with them Thursday morning at 10:30 to further discuss it. We had spoken with the region about, I'm going to say, two and a half years ago. We had Cindy DeFall, who was our area manager, and our architect and the board and members. They were at the co-op and we spoke. And so we asked, how do we do this, right? Because we have 78 units, which is already established, and it's part of the co-op, and we want to rebuild. And then how does that affect the 78? So in essence, what will happen is we still have the entity of our 78 existing units, sort of under one umbrella. This would be a second entity to our business, like to the cooperative as a separate entity, and would run on its own merit and budget. So it would, when we meet with the region and we have like a better concise plan as to, yeah, we've got this, we've dotted this, we've crossed the X here, we've got the approval to build, then they would come with us and work on whether we would do RGI, whether it would be RGI, non-for-profit type calculations, or the market style where it's like the 20%. We just received from the region on Monday of this week, excuse me, a whole new formula. So this is actually a good time to be having these discussions with the region, because it's all changing as of July 2020 on how housing is calculated, how things are submitted, what's being used, that sort of thing. So meeting on Thursday. I don't have all the answers right now because we meet on Thursday. But there's definitely, how we work it right now is we are 78 units, 18, I believe 18 are market rent or what we considered, and the rest are all subsidized to a degree. So based on your income, it's 30% of what your income is. So if you make $30,000, you're paying 30% of that towards your housing. So whether it will be that moving forward or like the, how it's done on the one on Herb Street, the Herb and University, they built, the region assisted in building one there, and it's based more on the affordability. It's a different matrix, so it's really going to be how the region works with us. But
you've given a lot of thought, is what I'm hearing, and that's your intention is to, affordability is key to your intention.
It's definitely affordability. Like out of these units, out of the 32 units, I'm going to say possibly 12 will be the market or whatever is sort of what we design, like is designated by the region for that. The rest are going to be, geared to income or however that formula is going to be for affordable housing, because it's what the need is affordable housing.
Councillor Henry.
So that's a decent answer, probably as good an answer as you can provide me to one of my questions, because it sounds like there's more meetings to be able to refine those. So I won't press you because that's a work in progress. But I'll take what I got today and I think staff will as well, as understanding a broad direction of where your head's at, recognizing the exact numbers are going to manage themselves as the region helps manage you, and however this process will work. So I'll leave you my other question, which you alluded to, how the co-op itself over time has been looking for doing this. But can you tell me just a little bit more about how the co-op has that discussion, and in terms of how this decision to do this on your property, co-op is a different kind of decision-making model than, say, this place or many other things. So can you just give us a sense of sort of the consensus approach or where the head of everybody in there is at to get here? Yeah.
So I'm just going to do it with this one because the other two, it doesn't really matter. We didn't build. This one we really want to hopefully be able to move forward with. So this concept, this idea came about, like I said, in approximately 2015 or 16. Our previous coordinator, we applied to the region. The region said, great, but not enough meat. You need to go back to the drawing board and provide something, and we'll work with you, or we'll hopefully be able to work with you. Between then, I went to this seminar, met Rima, brought her back, sent her an email and said, how do we do this? Like, we've been here twice, and we get so far, and then we end up not getting past this point. So we met with her. She came out, met with the board. We've held town halls at the co-op where members were invited to come to the town hall. Notices went out to them to attend to our community center to discuss and be informed of what the board was attempting to do. Let's see, so that would have been, I think, 2000, I was just looking at it last night. The meeting was April 30th, 2018. That was one of the town hall meetings. But prior to that, we had been working with Rima and her company, developing stuff every AGM and every ABM. So we have 2 meetings mandatory a year that members are to attend. It is on the agenda, and it's called the New Build, and we bring it up to the membership that does come to the meetings, and then it's put in the minutes for members to review that, this is where we're at with the new build. This is where we're at with the new build. So from 2000, I'm going to say probably 2016 that we met, 2017. So you have 2, 4, 6. The 7th one will be in February. So we've had 7 ABM, AGM meetings where this is always on the agendas for members and to tell them an update. And after the next step here, if this is approved and we go to the region and we get more information and we can get the funding or start working on the funding, there will be more town halls. It's just not very easy to hold a town hall if you haven't got the information to provide to the members, which just kind of confuses them more. because they think, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like nobody, so the more information we can have, the better, and then we'll be able to display the protocol of what we're looking at, or that prototype, around our community center on the stands, that members can come up and take a look at them anytime the office or the community center is open, so that they can get a feel of it. So.
I'm just going to ask a clarifying question since it's on that light. Thank you for sharing with us the process. Can you give us any insight into where the co-op members are sitting right now with regard to the new development? Just give us a picture of where things are at, recognizing there's lots of steps still to go.
I'm not going to stand here and say, oh, everybody's happy about it, because I'm pretty sure some are not. Mm-hmm. Some of them are ill-informed or don't want to be informed per se. Mm-hmm. The information is put out there. And I make sure that the information has been put out there in our meetings, whatnot, because it's important. This is a big change, and it's going to be a change for probably 2 years while we build this. So they have to be informed. So some are happy, some are like questioning, well, where are we going to park? What are we going to do? All that sort of thing. And my answer to that is, the parking we're putting in as you can see on this picture, but every single unit in the cooperative right now has 2 parking spaces, their garage and their driveway. Mm-hmm. So it's not like parking, it should be an issue, because we have that in every unit. If you choose to use your garage as storage, that, it's still a parking spot. So to me, I think you need to kind of look at that, But on the whole, I think they're warming up to it. But we don't have enough town halls right now because we haven't got really the information
to share,
to put to them, right? Sure. So, they are anticipating it. I know the older generation, like myself, would love to have a 1-bedroom so my kids can't come back home. I would love it.
Now there's the real answer.
But, I just think it fits, it works. When you see this, you kind of think, oh, that's so big. But this is down lower than the rest of the property, this level, much lower. So it's not going to be this big scathing thing in the middle of Beechwood that everybody's going to be seeing and going, oh my God. Half the people in Beechwood don't even know we have the ring road in and around in that co-op.
Yeah. No, and that's a fair comment too. Thank you very much for that. Any other questions for this delegate? Okay. Rosemary, you were on our list twice.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand.
I'm just greedy, I guess. No. It was kind of a mistake. However, I would like to address the green space comment. Someone had asked about the green space. Okay. So right now, how our cooperatives, we have this big pit that in the winter's amazing, because when it snows, we make ramps and we, slide down it. The kids love it. It's like a little mini hill to them. This is where it's going. So we still have another half, like soccer field just about, of green space. Like, I invite you all to come out and take a look around the site, because you don't know what's behind there until you actually go in and see it. Like, you think it's small, but it's huge. And the play area, same thing. It's not going to be even touched. This here is more so in the area of where it's pretty useless in the most part. So just to answer that one.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that does bring us to the end of our registered delegates. As this is an informal meeting, I will ask if there's anyone else present tonight who wishes to speak to council and to this application. And if so, please make your way to the podium and tell us your name and municipality of residence.
I'm Michelle O'Donnell. I'm a chair on the board of directors and a member of the co-op. Okay, pardon me, I got really bad stage fright, so I'm just going to read something that I prepared for tonight. We as Beechwood Co-op are thankful for this opportunity and have the ability to better our community as a whole, with a high need for affordable housing, healthy living, and well-being. We hope to be a part of this new build and the possibilities it has to connect diverse people of the region and at the community level. We as a co-op are thankful for the opportunity to try and create a model in which can be used in other places and builds that make stronger opportunities of changing and growing healthy and happy communities. With minimal investment and volunteer efforts in growing microgreens, reinvesting profits in building clients, and interest in harvested greens opens the door for establishing a solid platform that gives us the ability to grow. It's undeniable the benefits a community has in having access to growing herbs, vegetables, microgreens all year round, affordable, healthy eating education, and wellness support, and having space to promote it. We think building a rooftop greenhouse and community kitchen and wellness space would be an important addition to the new build, as it would have a positive effect on all communities' need to grow up and grow old in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just hang on one second. Are there any questions for this delegate from council? No. Thank you very much. And I do see a gentleman in the corner. You were raising your hands. Do you wish to address council? No, it's not a time to ask questions of the others. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Please come to the podium, state your name and your place of residence.
Thank you very much. My name is John Stryker. I live at the Beechwood Cooperative Homes as well, and some familiar faces here and there. Thank you very much. I appreciate this moment. The seeds, to answer one question, the seeds of this began with Keith Moyer, our first coordinator, when he was talking about the exploring of opportunities to build. It was between 2 or 3 of us that this conversation started, which ended up going nowhere, as you heard in a previous comment. The reason why we're so passionate about it, or why we're concerned about it, I'm the real life story. I lost my professional job in Windsor back in 1996. 2 children, and I was looking at no place to live except for my parents in a 900 square foot home in Bridgeport, only 1 bedroom. It was my brother that gave me information about co-ops. I had no idea what that was. As I was driving around Waterloo, I happened to see this beautiful new building just off of Herbsville Drive. I said, what the heck is that? So I turned in, and sure enough, that's where I found an opportunity. I couldn't believe it. A 3-bedroom, a deck, a basement, a garage, everything for way less than I could have ever imagined. Now that was affordable now for me. It gave me a new start. I had family and friends in the area. So it began for me to say, well, look, if this is a privilege I can have, surely there's others that out there that have it, and that's, or need it. And that's where I met Rose, because she came through the door, and I interviewed Rose as part of a committee to help understand cooperative housing. And you can see how passionate she is. So my only comment to that is I appreciate the first decisions that allowed for Beechwood Co-op to be established, which came through the region, which came through the government, which came through Waterloo. So I thank you. I thank you for that privilege, and I thank you for considering this very seriously. I do appreciate it.
John, thank you very much for sharing your story with us. Again, please hold on for a second and see if there are any questions from council. Seeing none, thank you very much. And a final call, is there anyone else who wishes to address council this evening? Please come forward, state your name and your municipality of residence.
My name is Shelley Militz. I'm the board president of Beechwood Co-op. As you have heard, we have a huge amount of passion for this project. I was one of the founding members of Beechwood Co-op, so I've been there through all these trials and tribulations of trying to do a build, trying to better our community, trying to help other families the way we've been helped. It's been through REMA and other people that have helped us, and we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, we hope. We're hoping that we have everything in place to continue on with this move. It is important to us. Somebody had asked about how we had the community involved. We did send a survey to each member asking them what they thought we should do, what kind of housing we should have, whether it be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and the majority of the people did say 1 bedroom. As Rose said, we are getting to be an older generation, so our kids are out, and if you're paying a market rent, then you can move into a 1-bedroom apartment, and that opens it up for other people. So it's kind of a win-win situation that we're hoping we can move forward with.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for this delegate? Jen, Councillor Vassic.
Jen's good. Through you, Chair Hanmer, I just when you said the one bedroom and you're as the the co-op ages, it made me realize this is 4 stories, right? 4 stories of apartments.
Right.
So out of curiosity, is this a building that you can age into without an elevator? Like really, really age into?
There's plans for an elevator, correct?
Oh,
yes.
Great. Sorry, I totally missed that.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
because it's all accessible, because we want to be able to, we've had some older members in there that they're not ready for a retirement home. They still can live on their own, but the elevator, the accessibility of it would be better. Like we're talking handrails for the bathrooms. Like it's all a big learning curve for all of us, but until we get approval, we're not going to do a lot of that kind of planning yet. You're welcome.
Any further questions for the delegate? No? Shelley, thank you very much. If there are no more delegations, this informal public meeting is now concluded. Staff will review the issues and provide further reporting to council at a later date. So again, thank you to everyone who participated and is in attendance this evening. We do have a couple more items to just go through quickly. Consideration of notice of motion. There weren't notice of motion given at previous meetings. There were none. There are 2 notices of motions that are coming from me for discussion at our next meeting. So I will leave those for your information. We have no communications or correspondence. Are there any, or no unfinished business? Are there any items of new business for council to consider? I'd just like to, again, do a shout out to all of our staff who worked this weekend round the clock, really, to make sure that the city was prepared as best it could be for the something happening with the weather, the event that, knock on wood, thankfully didn't transpire as much as we had hoped. But I think our shout out to our IPPW staff as well as our community services staff who were looking and making sure that we were safe through the weekend. So thank you very much for that. We have some bylaws to enact. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Bodley. A seconder, Councillor Henry. All in favor? That is all of us. And finally, a motion to adjourn. Councillor Reed? Oh my goodness, there's so many. We are adjourned. The sick ones can move it. Thank you, everybody.
It's Adam at the Waterloo. I thought it was live, but
Sure. Yeah.
No, Waterloo.
And then you get to see
Yeah.
questions that
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
This is Rogers TV.
Hey everyone, it's Aaliyah here from #Trending, and we're here today at the Food Bank of Waterloo Region, where we're going to learn a little bit more of what the food bank provides to our community with the behind-the-scenes access and hands-on experience with Campbell. Thank you so much for having us here today, Wendy.
Oh, I'm so thrilled that you guys are here today. This is going to be fun.
Oh my gosh, it is. I already got goosebumps about this because this is going to be really special to share this with our community and give them that real access that they can really see what happens here at the food bank.
You know, and it's so important because the food bank is, I think people have a perception of what the food bank is, or they might know a little bit about the food bank from personal experience or from when they grew up. But here in Waterloo Region, our food bank is really unique and different, and we're at the center of one of the most innovative food programs in the country.
Wow.
So you're going to get to see some really great stuff today that you've probably never seen before and didn't know existed right here in our community.
That's amazing. That's exactly why we're here today. We're going to be curious about stuff, and we're going to learn more than ever because, to be honest, I have never been here, so this is my very first time, and I'm sure a lot of you out there, this might be your first time seeing it for yourself. But first, before we go into that, I want to get to know Wendy Campbell. I want to know everything about you because you started your first drive almost nearly 30 years ago. So let's talk about it from the beginning and where you are today and how it's evolved.
So really interesting, and I didn't think about this when I actually took the job at the food bank. So I've actually worked at the food bank for 20 years, and I started on a one-year contract.
Wow.
I came here as the volunteer coordinator. I was actually working in Toronto, but I was raising my family here in Kitchener, and I didn't want to commute anymore. So I was looking for a job that was really close to home, but also was really passionate about doing something in the community and giving back to the community. So 20 years later, I'm still here. I wasn't planning on staying, and so that's the funny part about my story. I didn't really know anything about the food bank, but it was just a job close to home, and really quickly into that first year, I discovered that this is an amazing community, and the agencies and partners that we work with are phenomenal, and the supports that we provide and that they provide are so essential to the quality of life in our community. It was infectious, and I needed to stay and learn more and do more. So my first food drive was actually, though, in high school, and a group of friends and organizations within my high school put together a very first food drive in 1987.
Wow.
And I still have a picture of it.
Yeah.
It's back here. I still have a picture of that food drive, and it's a really good touchstone for me to know and to remember the power of people working together and the power of community. And it doesn't matter how big or how small your food drive is, or how big or how small the group is that really wants to work together to give back to the community. All of those pieces together really, really have an impact to support those who need it the most.
Yes, and so you've been here at the food bank for about 20 years
20
now.
years, yeah.
And so what have you seen change throughout that time?
Wow, so much has changed. I mean, we've grown as the community grows. So the one really important factor about hunger in our community is as our community grows, so does the need for food assistance.
Right.
People who need food assistance, there's really not one reason.
Okay.
There's so many complex reasons why people need food assistance. So sometimes as the economy changes, we're supporting more people, but sometimes even just population growth adds to the volume. So we've seen growth. We've seen changes in our community partnerships, the types of organizations we're working with. We've seen some amazing collaboration and working with community partners to solve some really complicated problems. Lots of changes in the food industry, which is one of the biggest things. And you'll probably see some of that when we go on the tour. When I came here, 70% of the food that we distributed was non-perishable. It was in cans and boxes.
And that's how I know it to be. You know, when you go to school, they say bring in your perishable items. So now we can learn a little bit more of what we can donate when we go for our tour.
Yeah, so you're going to see frozen food, you're going to see perishable food, you're going to see food that we're actually processing.
Wow.
So it's really the types of food have changed, the health of what we do. So we did something earlier this year, it was a panel discussion, and we wanted to call it Beyond Macaroni and Cheese, because sometimes there isn't macaroni and cheese in this building anymore, but it is really about food groups and healthy eating. And providing our programs with the resources they need so that they can provide supports and services to individuals and families and help to meet their needs in the community as well.
That's wonderful. So do you use the food guide as your your point to use for food?
We do, and we do a lot of work with our agencies around what does an ideal food hamper look like?
Okay.
How do we make sure that we're aligning the food that we're bringing in? So we, last year, this network moved more than 5 million pounds of food.
Wow.
here in Waterloo region, but actually also through Southwestern Ontario.
That's
a lot of people
incredible.
don't know we're the distribution center for all of Southwestern Ontario, and we really do focus on food groups. So when we're focusing with partners that we're working with to bring food in, we want to make sure we have a really great balance. And we also have a philosophy that all foods fit, and cookies are really important. You know, having great, fun snacks is really important. We all have snacks at our house. We want to be able to provide a really good balance, but we also want to make sure we have fresh fruits and vegetables. We have really good quality meat products, and then we can balance that with the other items as well.
That's terrific, and I can't wait for us to go on our tour. But before we go on our tour, what did it mean for you to win that professional category at Women of the Year? Did that resonate with you in a way? Did you expect it? What was your reaction?
Wow, I didn't expect it. You know, the best reaction, I have to say, there's a picture somewhere of my daughter's reaction to that award. So I think for me, the best thing about that night was being there with my daughter, who's 23, and her excitement and enthusiasm. But for me, it was about, and as I accepted the award, it was a little overwhelming. It was a very big room of people.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, it was a little overwhelming. But I think my thanks were not obviously to my family and to my husband and to my kids and everything that they've done to support me in my career. But it was my message back to the women in the room, but also to the community. So I've been able to build my professional career with the support of this community. This community has supported the food bank. I've had some amazing mentors, some phenomenal board members who have really helped me grow and develop in my professional role, and that's allowed me to help do even better things for this organization. And it's the community's continued support of the food bank and having such a huge impact on those we serve in the community really allows me to do what I do.
That's
and so
amazing.
very thankful for that support every single day.
And on behalf of myself, Carla, and Rogers TV, we are extremely proud of you for all of that you've done and you will be doing for us in the community. And that's the key takeaway that I keep hearing you say is the community. And I'm so happy that you keep saying that. It's a positive impact that you've made, and I cannot wait to see all the great things you do in the future. But for now, we're going to go for a tour.
Let's go for a walk.
Yeah, let's go for a walk and see what it's all about behind the scenes at the food bank. So Wendy, we're now in the warehouse. So take us through what it's like to be in this part of the warehouse and where we are.
Yeah, so this is our food sorting room. So this is the piece where I'm quite sure some of the viewers have already seen this. This is sort of the piece you always see on TV.
Yes.
This is actually one of the busiest parts of our operation.
Okay.
This is where we sort non-perishable food into different food categories.
Okay.
And we're doing some checking and double checking. We're making sure that expiry dates are okay. We're making sure that the product is packaged properly. It hasn't been compromised, that we don't have dented cans, that everything that we're putting in the boxes to then redistribute in the community is in really great shape. But this is the busiest part of our operation because we have a ton of volunteers who come in here. So we have food sort challenges, we have corporate groups, we have youth groups, community groups.
All ages.
We have close to 1,000 volunteers in this room over the course of a year, and they're doing a lot of hands-on work. And there's no food on the table right now, but usually these tables are full of food. And it's a hubbub of activity in here. But here's the funny thing. This is actually the smallest piece of our food inventory.
It's quite large in here, though.
It's a big room. It's the busiest part of our operation in terms of people and hands-on activity.
Yes.
But it's actually the smallest amount of food. And as we go through the rest of our tour, you're going to see all the other different types of food that we're moving in the room as well. But this is a really great way to get people involved, to help them understand the needs in the community and the reality of what happens to those food donations after you drop it at a parade or drop it in a grocery store or drop it at your local fire hall. Here's where the process begins, and it comes into this room to be sorted.
That's amazing. So do you do a lot of quality control out of this area? Is that what you would say?
We do, and we have a team of volunteers, and we've got some really great training for our volunteer groups that come in just to help them identify what's a good can, what's a bad can, what are we looking for. We want to make sure everything's properly labeled, properly sealed, that there isn't product that is really, really old. You have to think about if this was in your cupboard or your
your pantry at home, would you eat it? And is it safe to consume? And does it look good? We don't want things that are mangled and damaged and questionable, because we know we want really great quality food in our homes. We want to make sure that we're sending really great quality food out to our programs.
So let's talk about some of the stuff that the Food Bank of Waterloo Region actually does and provides here in this service.
Yeah, so for the non-perishable food items, it's a range of food products, and you can kind of see, canned vegetables, canned fruit, canned tomatoes, hot cereals, cold cereals, peanut butter, those non-perishable items. When the agencies and programs put their orders in, so we're working with 100 community partners throughout our food assistance network, and they're placing weekly orders, monthly orders, depending on the size of the program, but their orders are going to include non-perishable food, fresh food, but also frozen food. And so it's a really great mix of product, and when they get the product, they're getting it in boxes that are the size of a beer case, and you're going to see a couple of beer boxes here, and that's because the beer companies donate the boxes, which is amazing.
Yeah, because they're massive.
They're great size, they're not too heavy. If volunteers are lifting them, they're a really great size. And so all of the product, and when we go into the rest of the warehouse, you'll see how we stack it, how we inventory control it, and then how we repack those orders to go back out to the agencies.
That sounds amazing. Well, why don't we go ahead and do that, Wendy?
Let's do that. So we are actually in probably the second busiest area of our warehouse. This is our customer service entrance. So this is where a lot of our agencies come in to pick up their orders. This is where the community comes in to drop off their donations. But it's also where we process a lot of our fresh products. We talked a little earlier about non-perishable food. This is where a lot of the fresh food happens. In our cooler right behind you, we're going to open the door. Ta-da! This is our cooler. So our cooler has a pallet capacity. 65 skids or pallets of food can fit in this cooler.
Wow.
Right now, there's not a lot in here. And that's because as the product is coming in, the volunteers are sorting and repacking and getting things ready into the orders for our partner programs. And so the food is moving out of the cooler as quickly as it moves into the cooler. So there's not a lot of inventory, because we want the food to get back out to the community when it's at its freshest. And make sure that it gets to those programs and gets into people's homes as soon as possible.
That's amazing. Honestly, freshness is key, and as you can see, there's a lot of space in there, but as you say, you're just transporting it right back out and getting it right back into the community.
And it's such a wide variety of things. So we have milk, eggs, fruits, vegetables, we have cold salads, just anything that you can think of that needs to be refrigerated, we can probably handle it. And our team of volunteers do such an amazing job of going through the product that's donated, and just to make sure that everything is still at its best, making sure that they're moving anything that sort of might be not as fresh, and making sure that the best quality product is going back out. And again, meeting the needs around the food guide and making sure we have a really great balance of all the food groups.
So what are the popular foods that you get that actually get put in the cooler and then sent right back out?
Well, milk and eggs, number one. And we actually do purchase programs to supplement the donations that we get of milk and eggs. We work with different producer groups and farm associations across the province to get some of those products like milk, eggs, but also chicken and pork and beef. But then we're also able to purchase to supplement that supply. So milk and eggs are sort of two of the big staples that we distribute. But everything else depends, a lot of seasonal products. So right now we have turnip, we have squash, we have potatoes, we have apples in the winter. And we'll talk a little later about what we're going to do in the winter when those harvest vegetables aren't available. But then in the spring, we start to see the lettuce and the spinach and the beans and all of those things that are in season. And so we adapt for the seasonal, availability of that product. And we work with our corporate partners, but also our farm partners to make sure that we have as much product to distribute the fresh product as we possibly can.
Wow, it's incredible what you're doing here so far. I know we're just touching in some parts, but oh my gosh, I got goosebumps.
Just getting started.
I got goosebumps, and it's not from the cooler, let me tell you. It's goosebumps from the community engagement that you're doing, the things that you're doing, the fast turnaround time to make sure it's getting right back out there, the importance of that, you're right on it.
Well, and we hear lots of activity in the background and lots of hands. And I think that's one of the most important things that we sometimes don't talk enough about, is the importance of our volunteers. So our volunteer team, we have over 2,000 volunteers volunteers who are helping us out in the community, running food drives, but also helping us here in the warehouse, helping us with special events, helping on our board of directors. But we have a core team of probably close to 100 volunteers who are here on a weekly basis, probably the equivalent of 17 paid staff. And there's absolutely no way we can do all this work without their support.
So Wendy, let's talk more about the Food Assistant Network and what that is and what that provides.
Yeah, so our Community Food Assistance Network is actually made up of 100 programs, 100 partner agency programs that provide either emergency food hampers, community meal programs, shelter and residential services, community outreach services, and even school nutrition programs. So we have a wide range of programs in our community. Out of this facility, we actually directly support 80 of them, and our partner, the Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank, who's at the center, also at the center of this network, supports another 30 of those programs. And so collectively, we actually work together on the food acquisition and distribution projects to make sure that we have enough food in our inventories and that we're sending the food out. And we're also working with our partners to make sure there's a consistency. So it shouldn't matter where you live in Waterloo region. If you live in the north end of Waterloo, in the south end of Cambridge, or in our rural townships, there's going to be some consistency to the service delivery, and you should be able to have access to a program that will meet your needs. And so we put together a lot of the orders here, again, for 80 different programs in our community. This is an order that's getting ready to go out to a church program that runs a food hamper program. And some of the agencies come and pick up. Most of them we deliver. And this is the non-perishable piece. But then before this goes out, we're going to add the fresh product out of that cooler. And a little later on, we're going to see our freezer, and we're going to add the frozen food to that order. And this will probably, for this particular program, this will be a month's supply of food. Some of our other programs are actually getting deliveries twice a week. So there's a really diverse range of programs that we serve. Some run by volunteers, some run by staff, but all of them have the supports that families need to possibly access other services in the community, but they're also creating a really beautiful, warm and welcoming environment. Asking for food assistance is probably one of the most difficult things a family has to do in their lifetime, and we want to make sure that our partners have the supplies that they need to be able to provide that welcoming space and that peace of mind for those families who are needing their help.
Yes, and how can we gain that access to the Food Assistant Network?
So the network is, depending on the individual, there's a bunch of different ways. So there's lots of places in the community who will do referrals, whether it be a caseworker, working with community services at the regional Waterloo. We have families and individuals who call us directly. And what we do is we just try to assess what is the immediate need for that individual or family. Do they have children? Do they have other special needs that they need support? And then we have a fantastic Google map where we have mapped the entire region and the different programs that are available. And we work with families to figure out what is the best program to meet their needs, but then also, is it close to their home? How accessible is it to where they work and they live? And we want to make sure that we're connecting people right back to the neighborhoods that they live in and the supports and services that are close to their homes.
That's
and we
amazing.
make sure that they have whatever they need to be able to thrive. So this is the other half of our warehouse, and I think this is a piece that a lot of people don't know how big this facility is.
I know, we're echoing in our voices, that's how big it is.
So this is a 31,000 square foot facility. This is our main non-perishable food storage. So back at the beginning, we talked about the volunteers who were sorting the food into the beer boxes. It's in food drive boxes. This is where we store that product once it's been sorted. So it's done by category. We have a pretty good inventory system, so everything's scanned so we know when it was packed, when we put it on the shelf. We make sure that we're turning the product around quickly so that stuff isn't sitting here for very long. Because again, even though it's non-perishable food, we want to get it out when it's still at its best.
At its freshest,
So the product sometimes, this time of year, it's a little more full because we're just coming off of a fall food drive. We're gearing up for really busy holiday season and winter season. But in the summer, there's actually a lot of gaps in these racks too. And that gets a little challenging. But again, then we supplement it it with the fresh and the frozen.
Okay.
So
what are you looking for in the summertime then, just to kind of fill it so it's not a gap situation?
You know, we look for just different opportunities. We talk to the community a lot about, you know, what the needs are. The needs exist all year round. I think a lot of people think about the food bank at holiday time. So you think about it, you know, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, those sort of those occasions.
Yes.
But we really try to get the message out in the summer months that the need is all year round.
Yeah.
The agencies, partner programs that we're working with operate all year round, and the need is still there. So we do a lot of planning before the summer to make sure we have adequate supplies. We do some additional food purchases in the summer, but then we also do supplement the non-perishable with fresh, because obviously fresh is more readily available in the summer.
Yeah.
So we make sure that we're giving out as much fresh product, and then we save some of the non-perishable stuff for the winter when it's not so prevalent.
And that makes the most sense. We are on the last stop of our tour.
Yeah.
Tell us where we are.
So we are in our brand new, this is the Fresh Approaches Food Center.
Wow.
This is the most recent addition to the food bank. And this was many years in the making and really is addressing a really huge trend in our community, but also throughout the world on food waste.
Yeah.
So we know that the world wastes billions and billions of pounds of food every single year. And we know that with fresh food, it's sometimes really challenging to get the food out quickly before the food does go bad. And so what we wanted to do in this room was a whole bunch of things. One was, if there's food that gets donated that maybe we can't distribute quickly, and I'll use squash as an example. So this time of year, we get a lot of squash from farmers, but we can only move so much of it. So with 100 programs in our community, think about it, you know, we're feeding maybe 12,000 individuals every single month through our partner programs. There's only so much squash you can distribute, but we want to be able to utilize that squash before it does go bad. So in this space, this is a clean room with all kinds of food equipment that we can do so many different things. So for squash, we actually peel it, we slice it, we blanch it, we vacuum seal it, and then we freeze it. So we now have food product in the winter months when we don't have access to the farm fresh product. And then we also get donations of large quantity packaging. So this is rice and quinoa that we received sort of industrial sized bags. Well, think about it. If you're a family of 4 who's accessing a food hamper and needing to take a bus back home, you're not going to take a gigantic...
That's not ideal.
It's not ideal to take a gigantic bag of rice home with you. So we're able to take that product, safely repackage it, so following all the food industry food safety standards, again, in this clean space. So lots of hairnets and gloves and proper hand washing, but also proper labeling. So when we're repackaging something, we are actually putting all of the required, there's actually federal guidelines on labeling. And so we're able to follow all those guidelines so that people know where the food has come from, where it's been repackaged, when it's been repackaged, but also when it's good until. So all of those best before dates to make sure, again, the best quality product. So we've been able to repackage rice, sugar, flour, salads. You know, those big salads that you get at restaurants that come in 5-gallon pails, we're able to put them in family-sized packaging. In a few weeks, we're doing beans. And the other great thing that we're doing in this room is, as we're doing different types of food product, we're also sending the product out to the partners with recipes. So if there's families in our community who may not be familiar with a food product, who may be wondering how to store it, how to use it, what they can do with something they haven't seen before, we're actually providing recipe cards and really great ideas on how to store it, how to save it, how to utilize it to really extend the life of that food product. So we've been able to significantly reduce food waste just by having this room.
That's major.
And we've also been able to accept donations of product that we've never been able to access before.
Such as?
We got an offer last year of 2,000 little chickens. So you know those little roasting chickens that you can put in a crock pot? 2,000 chickens in very large bulk packaging that there's absolutely no way we would have been able to distribute if we didn't have this room. That product came into this room. We had an amazing team of volunteers who was here for a week, and they packaged each of those chickens individually and actually included cooking instructions on them. So people who weren't familiar with roasting a chicken understood what the options were for being able to use that product.
Totally
and we had
user-friendly.
this amazing, really great quality chicken product.
So we have a special guest here.
Yes, I would like you to meet Phil. Hi, Phil. So Phil is a food drive bag, and the food drive bags are one of the things that people really recognize in the community. It's the way that for so many years we've been collecting non-perishable food. And so Phil has joined our team to really help spread awareness about the work that the food bank does, the importance of food donations, and he has just been an amazing ambassador for the work that we're doing in the community, and we're thrilled to have him. I'm so glad you guys could finally meet.
Oh my gosh, thank you for being here. So if people want to put on an event, can Phil come out to that?
Phil can come to events. So we have a special spot on our website where you can actually request Phil to come and visit your event. And he will come out for a very short period of time.
Okay.
Phil gets tired, so Phil can't spend a lot of time at events, but he can definitely make an appearance and
make the positive message that everyone should be donating. And if we want to donate, how would we go do that and where?
So a ton of information on our website at thefoodbank.ca. So you can learn more about Phil and how Phil can help out with your event, but you can also learn about food donations, financial donations. If you're watching today and you're a corporate food donor who wants to learn more about the larger scale donations, there's tons of information on our website about that. But you can make your financial donation right on the website. You can apply to volunteer. You can learn about our volunteer info sessions. You can get some great tips on organizing your own food drive in your community, in your neighborhood, at your business. And you could actually just learn about this amazing food assistance network, all of the partners that we're connected to in the community. And you can also learn a lot about hunger and poverty and the impact it has on our community. So lots of information. And again, we're here, and anytime you want to give us a call or if you want to come for a tour, let us know. Can't promise that Phil will be there for every tour, but we'd love to see you here at the food bank to learn more about what we can do and continue to do as a community to feed our neighbors.
Wendy, I want to thank you so much for having us here at the food bank today. Thank you, Phil, for being a part of our segment today. We absolutely enjoyed having you here today. And we want to thank you for elevating the conversation here today with us and bringing awareness to what the food bank does in our community and across the country. So thank you, Wendy, for everything. We are tremendously honored to be here, and we wish you all the best in the very future.
That was fun, and I hope you come back.
Oh, we will.
And we're going to make you sort food the next
No
time.
hoax, no hoax. We are coming
All right.
back. Right, Phil? Yay! Thank you so much for joining us on #Trending with Aaliyah.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Join Natasha McKenty for In Studio. Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe.
Cooking in the kitchen with all things from Ontario.
In Studio, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Stacey Bester, and again, welcome to Sweet Occasions. This is our Sweet Escapes edition. Today is all about dreaming of my next trip. I have a trip to Scotland planned for this year, and I'm just so excited. So today, the inspiration I'm drawing from is from my dreams and the taste that I'm excited to have when I go there. We're going to make a very traditional Scottish dessert. I'm not even going to put a twist on it because it's so yummy all on its own. I'm going to make a sticky toffee pudding. So it is so yummy. I made this year for Christmas dessert, and it was definitely enjoyed. So I want to share this recipe with you. We're going to accompany it with a beautiful whiskey caramel sauce. This beautiful pudding, which really isn't a pudding. If you know anything about the UK, they call basically all desserts are pudding. So it's really a cake, and traditionally it's made with dates or currants, and it's just this beautiful spongy cake. We're going to make it today in a bundt pan. However, it can easily be made individually. It can be made in a loaf. You can really experiment with how you want to serve it, but today we're going to make it in a bundt. I just recently went to a Scotch tasting night, and the chef made a beautiful sticky toffee pudding, and it was actually carrot based. There was no dates or currants in it at all, but it had all those beautiful spices in it. So it was really very lovely. A little unexpected that it was made out of carrot. So today we're making it out of dates. So I have about a cup and a half of dates here in this bag. Dates, if you've never cooked with them, are not the most pretty looking thing, but they're so rich and flavorful. So I'm going to put about a cup and a half in a nice heavy bottomed saucepan. Just going to throw that in the garbage. And what we're going to do is we're going to cook these down on the stove top. So I'm going to add 1 1/4 cups of water to this pan. If you want, this is a perfect opportunity again to infuse some extra flavor. If you wanted to put a little bit of citrus in here with some fresh orange or some lemon, this is the perfect time to cook that down, because the cooking process is going to take a bit of the tartness out of the rind, but just infuse the dates with that beautiful citrus flavor. Today we're just going to keep this classic because, like I said, this dessert does not need anything extra. It's so yummy and flavorful and decadent all on its own. So come on over with me. We're going to go over to the stove top and we're going to cook this down. It doesn't take long. Just want to be on like a medium high heat. And while you're over here, what you want to do is you want to make sure you've got a little bit of baking soda and a teaspoon ready to go, because as soon as these dates have cooked down and broken down and really start to kind of create more of like a paste type texture, we're going to add a little bit of baking soda, and it's going to just kind of foam. It's like doing, you know, those volcano experiments when you're in grade 4, and it just creates this light, airy texture to the dates, and then it also really creates that beautiful spongy texture that we're going to find with the sticky toffee pudding. So let's get these cooking down, and then we're going to make our beautiful cake mixture. I bought the loose dates, which, you know, you can buy at most grocery stores. Sometimes they come in kind of a brick. It's quite compressed down. Those work just as well. You don't have to be too concerned which kind you're using. So these are starting to absorb all the liquid. They're starting to break down. And before I know it, it's just going to become a bit of a paste. You can chop these if you want to. I find by the time you cook them down, that's kind of a bit of a wasted effort. You didn't really need to chop them, but that's really up to you. You may even want to have more defined pieces of date. So at that point, if you chopped them, you wouldn't necessarily have to boil this down into that kind of paste. So again, once you start experimenting with this recipe, you can just see how you want to do it. You could also add, if you wanted to infuse the actual cake itself with a brandy or a bourbon or some whiskey or scotch, rum even, you could do that. There's always different ways to interpret a recipe. I love having just recipes on hand that are tried and true and you can experiment with, so if they become a family favorite, you don't get tired of making the same dessert over and over again, because you can just kind of switch it up a little bit. So here we go. It's just starting to go now. Just going to keep stirring it, because again, it's on a medium-high heat, but you never like anything to burn. You don't want to spoil the mixture in any way. The smell and the fragrance from the dates, it's just so sweet. When I first opened the bakery, everybody says, oh, you have to have a good date square. And it's funny, I used to love date squares when I was a kid, but as an adult, I hadn't really eaten a lot of date squares, and now I love them. When they are warm out of the oven, it takes every little bit of willpower I have to not eat one, but I usually give in. So I don't have much willpower. Hence why they say never trust a skinny baker. So as you can see, this is broken down. There are still some defined pieces of date in there, but that's okay, because as we continue to stir this, it will definitely continue to break down. So now I'm going to add a teaspoon of baking soda. You can see even just as you add it, how it is starting to change the texture. It's all foaming. Oh, it just intensifies that flavor. So that's what's going to give that beautiful spongy texture to our pudding. So I'm just going to set that aside. I don't need it right now. I'll leave it over here so it's not in my way. And we're going to start making the rest of the cake. So I'm done with the baking soda. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our mixer. We're going to start with a 1/4 cup of softened butter. My kitchen's warming up. I've been preheating the oven to 350 degrees so that butter is nice and soft. Now, I'm going to get that going. It won't take long to cream that because there's not a lot in there. And then I'm going to want 1 cup of sugar. just gonna turn this down a little bit. Again, I love this mixing bowl. It's nice and wide, really easy to scrape. Because it's kind of a larger sugar to butter ratio, you're not gonna really get it super creamy. It's gonna be a bit more of a granular texture until we incorporate those eggs in there. So just gonna take that out. We're gonna put 2 large eggs in there. I get so used to making everything in such large quantities at the shop. Whenever I make a single recipe of something, I'm like, only 2 eggs? Why doesn't it need 18 eggs, you know? So it's kind of a funny experience. When you first open the shop, it's hard to get used to the quantities of things. Now it's hard to make things in single batches. I definitely am going to be somebody's good Nona one day because I'll always have tons and tons of food. So we're going to get that creamed. Just going to let that kind of come to a nice consistency so it's fluffy. We're going to add a little bit of vanilla, just a splash. It's about a teaspoon. You don't need any more than that. Vanilla just really kind of enhances the flavors, but there's so much flavor with the dates that I think you'd just be competing if you added too much more than that. And then we are gonna be 1.5 cups of flour and 1 teaspoon of baking powder. So again, I'm gonna turn that off because I don't want it going all over the place when I'm incorporating it. So I'm gonna put that 1 cup in there, let it kind of blend. I'm gonna get my baking powder. Again, the reason for kind of going slow when you're incorporating your dry ingredients is, especially if we're not sifting it in, this recipe you don't need to sift it. You just wanna make sure everything gets really well incorporated so everything bakes nice and evenly. You know, you wonder why people have these lopsided cakes. It's because perhaps they've, you know, just rushed and not necessarily incorporated everything as much as possible. So I need another 1/2 cup of flour. I bake enough that I can eyeball that, but I do suggest it, you know, if you're a little new or a little more intimidated, to measure your dry ingredients out very evenly. Just gonna get this nice and creamed together, scraping the sides of the bowl. And then I'm going to bring over my date mixture and slowly add that in. It seems like such a lot of dates in comparison to the amount of flour mixture, but again, that's what just makes it this moist, super flavorful, spongy cake. This beautiful brown, earthy color. Perfect. I'm gonna add just a little bit of cinnamon, about 1/2 teaspoon. You don't need a lot, but I just love that note of cinnamon just peeking through the flavor of the dates. Just adds another level to the flavor. We're almost mixed together. It just needs to be incorporated, not overly mixed. Perfect. We have the most beautiful, it almost looks like gingerbread. It's got that beautiful color palette to it. So So I have a no stick bundt pan. Sometimes after a while your no stick will become a stick. So you may want to just use a little bit of vegetable spray or whatever, but you don't have to if you have a no stick pan. Oh. So I'm just going to spoon this in. You want to make sure that it is evenly distributed throughout the pan, so whether you pour it all in. Oh, I see I didn't quite. It's a little bit there, see? Even the baker makes some mistakes. So pour that in. This just smells so ridiculously yummy. And if your kids go, ew, I don't like dates, don't even tell them they're in there, because they'll never know. And then after they're done eating it, you can tell them your secret. It's like when they first start eating carrot cake or zucchini bread or something and they stick their nose up at it. Then they love it. Just tell them it's a spice cake. Kids all love cinnamon. So there you go. We have it here. So we're going to put this in the oven at 350 degrees. We're going to bake it for about 35 to 45 minutes. You know, again, I always like to err on the side of caution if you think your oven may bake a little hot. So just stick a toothpick in it or a cake tester, and when it comes out nice and dry, we're done. So I'm going to put this in the oven, then we're going to come back. We're going to make our rum sauce.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley invite local entrepreneurs and small business experts to share their stories of success in small business. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers is one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
We're the generation that had it all. We're the generation that had the music and the moves. We're the generation that had a dream. We came together to feed the world's children. We came together to protect them. And in this dangerous world, we have to keep on saving them and protecting them, even when we're gone. If we remember UNICEF in our will, we'll be the generation who left a better world for children. Please visit uniceflegacy.ca.
My beautiful sticky toffee pudding is baked. It's cooled. I just literally gave it a little pat on the bottom and it released so beautifully from the bundt pan. So it just makes this gorgeous crown on my cake pedestal. So what we need when we have such a beautiful decadent cake like this is to top it off with a nice warm whiskey sauce, a caramel sauce, and then you can either serve it with some ice cream or some whipping cream, just that creamy texture blending with all those flavors. It just tops it off beautifully. So we're going to start with a cup of brown sugar. So we're going to be doing this on our stovetop. Again, nice little heavy bottomed pot. We all have those favorite pots that we like to work with. We use them, we wash them, we use them again. So this is one of my favorites because it's perfect for making caramels and that. It's nice heavy bottom. Then we're going to use about a half of a cup of whipping cream. if you have any left from any of the other recipes I've taught you. So we're just going to blend these two items together. We're going to put these on the stove top in a minute, but I just like to get things kind of stirred up and blended. We're just going to melt this through. We're not going to really bring it to a boil or anything, but we just want to make sure that all of the granular texture from the sugar dissolves. And then we're going to remove it from the heat, and we're going to add some cubed butter. So I like to get everything kind of set up, ready to go first. So once this is removed from the heat, we're going to have about a 1/4 cup of cubed butter. And, you know, reason being for cubing it, it just means that it's not going to take nearly as long for it to melt and incorporate into your caramel mixture. And then we're going to add a little bit of whiskey. I'm going to age myself and say that I do like to put my whiskey into a decanter. I would say to be more like Mad Men, but I'm just that old that I like to say it makes me feel like J.R. Ewing from Dallas. So that's kind of my thought process. So I'm going to take this over to the stove, and let's just melt this down. On a medium-high heat is good. It doesn't take long to melt this. You can see it bubbling already. It does not take long at all, especially with gas. I love stovetop cooking with gas. Everything's so even and quick and consistent. Anytime you're working with sugar, you really want to try and keep the granules down. You don't want a lot around the sides because you are going to get kind of a crusty, grainy texture. So just kind of push things away from the side. Oh, that smell of the brown sugar. Oh my goodness. It just smells so good. You can feel between your spatula and the pan that the sugar is dissolving. It's you can also hear it too. Kind of goes from that crunchy sound to a nice smooth sound. This is a great caramel sauce. You can use this for ice cream. You can use it on a coffee cake, bread pudding. It's a really nice, easy recipe. Just gonna run my finger along here. It's not too hot. I can taste it. I can feel that everything's dissolved. So I'm just gonna pull this off of here. Just gonna put a little towel under there. Now I'm just gonna pick up my butter, put it in there. You can put it all in. You don't have to do a little bit at a time. If it's a little more room temperature, it's gonna take a little less time to dissolve. If it's nice and cold, that's fine too. So it takes a minute, a little bit of elbow grease. It's good to get a little workout before devouring a plate of sticky toffee pudding. Makes you feel a little less guilty. But like I said, I never feel guilty. And again, you're just gonna get this really nice, smooth, beautiful texture. You don't want to get impatient and add your alcohol or your liqueur too soon. You want to wait till all the butter is melted and incorporated, because the cool or room temperature of the alcohol is going to bring down the temperature of your sauce, so your butter isn't going to necessarily melt as quickly. I mean, look how that was like, what, 30 seconds? So Now we're just gonna add, you can add as much as or as little as you want. I'm gonna just put in maybe about a 1/4 cup. You don't need a lot, especially, you can double this recipe very easily. So then of course you'd want to incorporate a bit more. And if you do have children or people that don't necessarily like to partake eating this, the alcohol evaporates as soon as it hits the heat, so you don't really have to worry. It's just more about giving it a flavor. So we have this beautiful sauce. The longer it sits, it will set up a little more, but you can certainly serve this right and ready hot. It does keep in the fridge as well, which is lovely.
He fell. Whoa, I'm not driving. I'm way too stoned. How are you feeling, Beer?
Oh, since we had that talk, I'm not driving tonight at all.
What about you, Dave?
You only had a couple of drinks.
And only a couple of puffs.
I don't drink and drive. No way I'm getting behind the wheel when I smoked weed, too.
How are we getting home, then?
You can drive, Dave.
Come on, Dave.
Take one for the team, buddy.
Don't let weed and alcohol influence your decision to drive.
Yeah, I need a ride.
Add some to your life.
Let's go.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
The hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse. Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple, every Monday at 4 p.m.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
I'm going to cut a beautiful piece of this cake so you can see the gorgeous dates on the inside. And this is a great make-ahead cake. It stays so moist for so many days, especially if you're storing it airtight. Look at the beautiful pieces of date just bejeweled through that cake. It's just gorgeous. And then I again take my little, and you can either pour this over top, you can pour it around. You just want a beautiful little puddle. You don't need too much. But that, and let's get a dollop of whipped cream. I can't not have whipped cream. And there you go. We have beautiful Scottish inspiration with our sticky toffee pudding. I hope you've enjoyed today's adventure, and I'll look forward to joining you on my next travel episode of Sweet Occasions, Our Sweet Escapes. Have a great day. Make every day a sweet occasion.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aaliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. Hashtag trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Whether it's in the kitchen,
Bibimbap.
Bibimbap.
There you go.
I love it, or at the table,
let's get rid of all of those cards. Keep two.
Natasha McKenty serves up fun and interesting conversation.
It can really position you as an expert in your particular niche or industry.
Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe, or discover a local author. In studio,
it's pink.
Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Get to the Point. Merry Christmas, because this is our Christmas show, I guess you could call it. I'm Gordon McLean, and today I'm joined with an outstanding panel of Rogers TV All-Stars. To my left is Todd Foster, mortgage advisor. Great to have you here, Todd.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you back. You were on the first show of this season.
I was. Very different set.
The Battleship Potemkin show.
Yes, exactly.
In the center seat, Glenn Gaudette, certified financial planner. Glenn, great to see you again.
Thanks for having me, Gord.
And of course, in our final seat at the end, Steve Bentley, certified financial planner and longtime welcome guest on the show, one of our regulars.
Nice to be here.
Great to have you back.
Welcome's a loose word.
No, it's true.
No, he's just
I like
happy to see me. Name's on the seat, so I figured
I enjoy the repartee that Steve and I have. He brings a lot to the table.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We all know that.
In other words, please say a lot.
Hey, we can do that.
I don't know if I can cover everything. Anyways, first topic, it's been a topic on the show. I think once was too often, really, because it's a problem that we shouldn't have, particularly in a small town where we do this show, Brantford, and it's the gun violence that's happening here. It's a city of 100,000 people, and really we've had 4 homicides this year from guns, and I don't know how many calls, like police calls, related to guns or gun violence, or it's people that think or they think somebody has a gun, etc. It's just way too much for a town like this. And just recently, random shots were fired at a house, or not, maybe targeted shots, they don't quite know. And some of the bullets went through the second-story room of a 2-year-old toddler when the kid was in the room. So it's just, at that point, there's a lot of people in town. They just can't take any more of this, and they don't know where or when it's going to stop. Todd, after that lengthy journey of an introduction, I'm going to start with you. Do you think there's any way that they can get around this violence in Brantford and get a handle on it?
Well, I think it's tricky right now. We're seeing it all across the province. I think it's something like every 90 seconds the Brantford police are getting a phone call related to some type of weapon activity. I think they really need to try to focus on how to possibly focus on the transit ways. I think if you notice, a lot of the communities in southwestern Ontario that are starting to see an increase in gun violence, a lot of it is related to being directly close to the Toronto corridor, where we're seeing the populations start to spread out, and being close to the QEW and 403 and the 401. I think that anyone trying to help, including the police and city councillors, need to focus on maybe trying to find ways to target those areas to stop it from coming in. Not necessarily saying that it's only coming from outside, but try to mitigate that.
But I don't know. Like saying it's coming from, because, it seems to be Hamilton and Brantford are 2 of the cities that are really experiencing a rise in violent crime, particularly associated with guns and gangs. Steve, you're from KW, and KW has the 401 right there.
Well, we're going to give you a perfect example.
I don't think you guys are as bad as us.
Well, to be honest, just a couple weeks ago, we had a targeted killing just off the expressway in Kitchener. And they believe the car that was used to actually carry out the shooting was later burnt the same night. Now, if you look at the person who was shot, he has had a criminal history. And he was doing a lot of carjackings and similar kind of activities in the Toronto-Brampton area. I think the other piece we sort of miss in that, too, is the proximity to the U.S. border. I really think that you got Hamilton and Brantford right in the middle of that corridor, Toronto down to the border.
You're trying to blame the U.S. on this?
No, not at all. I'm just saying I bet you some of that's bleeding north.
No, it's proximity to Toronto.
Well,
let's face it.
I mean, I've talked to a lot of law enforcement that are clients of mine and asked them about this very thing, and they said the big issue is that the large cities have the funds to be able to have task force, and the criminals, from a business point of view, are smart. So that anything that's on a 400 series, they just slide down to the next major town that doesn't have the money to have a task force, and then they run their criminal enterprise from those locations. So if you go from the 401 to Ottawa along there, you go to Belleville, a lot of those areas, they're going through these same issues because they are just not big enough to get those funds. They'll throw a couple officers to work on something, but the volume's huge.
See, one of the nice things in our community, we just got an announcement the other day that the province is giving us another $8 million because we don't have the resources to be able to actively police this organized crime and these targeted, and a lot of it's drug related. So the concept you brought up is, well, why should we try and perpetrate this in Toronto? Let's go down the road where they don't have that kind of same police protection, and it's a lot easier to carry out outside the city.
Well, Brantford's getting $3.8 million of that.
Good.
I guess with the province it was, what, $180 million or more? I could be wrong.
And if you don't believe that it's coming this way, just look at the...
$195 million over the next 3 years. That's for the province.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting 8 in KW. Brantford's getting 3.5, I think. But a lot, 3.2. A lot of it seems to be targeted, though, for human trafficking and stuff. They want to increase.
It's incredible what's happening.
Yeah.
Increase policing of that.
But if you police them, though, and you bring them to the courts, and then they're out on bail, they're seeing so many of these incidents happening with people that are on bail. Quit giving them bail. Put them away when they got a problem. When they're doing these types of things, put them away. Don't just bring them to the courts, plea it down, let them out, and then they're doing it again. Like, that's the problem. If we keep having the same people that we're dealing with, I mean, we could throw as much money as we want at it. We're not going to be able to fix it.
Well, ultimately, you know, I don't think it would be a stretch to say that the majority of this violence is drug related.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as the increase, as the demand for illegal drugs increase, so does the trafficking behind it, and then the violence associated with that. Rival gangs pitted against each other, people not paying for their drugs or trying to cheat out these drug dealers, etc.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it in Toronto.
But the more, here's my one problem with the whole thing. You can arrest these guys all you want, to your heart's content. Find them and arrest them, throw them in jail, and even if that works, even if they stay in jail, the problem is because there's a consumer demand for these illegal narcotics. Somebody else is there, right? And the reason why these cities like Brantford are you know, getting more violence, more ODs and everything is because we have a greater demand per capita than some other towns.
And I think a lot of these...
there's an economic problem associated with that.
A lot of these criminals know the system, too. They know exactly how to play it. They know exactly what they can do and can't do. So the system's got to be really looked at. So if you find somebody, they've got to do something to make it stick and actually cause an effect. And they're not doing it. It's just like a rotating door.
What, keeps them in jail?
Yeah, I mean, they get out on bail, and then they're off to do the same thing again.
You know that even if they don't get bail and stuff, there's some other punk that's going to take their place.
I don't think there's an endless supply of that.
Oh, what, criminals?
No, but I just mean if someone that's going to jump the play. I mean, you've got people that are going to take those chances and do those things if they feel there's really no results from getting caught. Like if they get caught and then, they get thrown away.
They don't care. Yeah. But here's the thing. What's so scary? Oh, jeez. Well, I just meant criminal element.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
I don't care where they're from or what color they are or whatever.
I think it's really brings back to the topic of it coming down the corridor that we've touched on, is simply a lot of this criminal activity and gun violence we saw only in Toronto. And then, Gord, you touched on the socioeconomic factors. Well, a lot of those people that were in Toronto who were using the drugs and keeping it there have had to be forced out of the city limits, and they've found themselves down this way. So I think it's nothing new. It's just all of a sudden us folk that are from outside the big city are starting to see it.
Well, I don't.
So I think the demand's still there.
I think
it always
the problem
was.
is
It's just spread out.
people can't wrap their heads around the fact that the people that are using the drugs are people without hope. So they don't care if this drug endangers their life or whatever, and like the fentanyl and everything else. So they don't give a fly on whatever.
Yeah.
And then the people that are involved in crime, you can say, well, I'm going to increase the penalties, I'm going to do this and that. They don't care if there are other gang members from other gangs that are ready to kill them, and that doesn't seem to stop them. So I don't know how harsh your legal penalties are going to stop them. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not for arresting them.
Just give up, right? Yeah.
Well,
I think it's
all I'm saying is that we have to deal with that reality and accept the fact that if you really want to stop it, you're going to have to commit to arresting people on a virtual round-the-clock basis.
I don't think so. I just think the courts have to actually not release them so quick. You don't have to, it's not a matter of needing to arrest more. When you're arresting the same person 3 times in a month or 3 times in 3 months, well, that's a lot of effort and cash flow.
It takes a while for them to, but even so, it does take a while for them to be processed.
But you know what, they've talked about having fast-track courts,
and then they stay in jail
though,
before
for
their trial
gang
because they want
members.
the 3 hots in a cot, and they want that time applied 2 for 1 against their ultimate sentence.
Yeah, and if they
But in the
they know
meantime, when they're in jail,
They
there are
know
still
the
3 or 4
exact-
guys that are taking their spot.
Yeah. You know what, if
So that's why I'm saying the rest would have to be like hammer, hammer, hammer.
then let's do it.
So what else are we going to do?
Well, I don't know if we have the will to do it.
Well, you said
I don't think we have the will.
You said that a lot of it is because these people have lost hope. Okay, well, so then what are we doing to gain people this hope back? So now the need for the drugs isn't there. And we know that criminal activity will find a different route to go. But in terms of the opioids that we're seeing, if we can somehow work with these task force to see what actually is causing these people to have.
Well, I think an injection site is not going to help matters. I know that's the one thing they're saying that they want to bring to Brantford. And I think that just makes your customer base more comfortable.
Well,
You can increase it.
Yeah, but now you can gain more valuable information from them as well because they build up that trust.
You know, I think it's a
relationship. You get a little bit of rapport.
Put in your neighborhood, my neighborhood,
That's
Gord's
the big
neighborhood,
problem,
none of us
right?
Do you want
that,
it beside
though.
your house?
What do you think about
This is NIMBYism here. You can put it anywhere but mine.
What do you think about this? Decriminalizing drugs in terms of use.
No.
I mean, we got to address the problem as to why people are using, right? And that sort of comes to what you're talking about.
Because life sucks, and drugs make you feel good. And I know that everyone likes to say, "Oh, I had a bad childhood, and that's why I'm hooked on whatever drug X." Look it, you're hooked on it because you made a choice. There's that one day the person makes a choice that I'm going to do this, and then it might be I'm only going to do it on the weekend because I got to go to work during the week. Then it's like, I can get away with doing it on Sunday because Monday ain't that rough.
Opioids though are different because you're seeing people because they've had issues. They're trying to they're trying to control their
even
pain.
then-
They're being maybe
Yeah,
over.
but then when you get addicted to those things when you start taking them when you're not in pain anymore. That's when the addiction kicks in.
We
so
had
you
a-
could be overprescribed them, and instead of stop taking them when the injury goes away, you keep taking them. I know it's a long, sad story. We got to go to break though.
Okay.
Gosh darn it.
Geez, that time flies.
But anyways, I feel bad for everyone involved. And I just wish we can get a handle on this. And hopefully, at least during the Christmas season, there can be things can calm down a little. Speaking of calming down, I can do that when we go to break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Please stay tuned.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
It was our 35th anniversary. To celebrate, we were on our way to Mama Rosie's, where we had our first date. That's when we heard coming from the radio. So we stopped and listened. It helped us get to safety. So when I think of our anniversary, because now we have even more to celebrate.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the show. I'm Gordon McLean. To my left are the Rogers TV All-Stars. They are made up of Todd Foster, Glenn Goodette, and Steve Bentley. Great to have you here, guys, and I'm glad you're here today because since it's Christmas season and people are focused on spending money and stuff, I guess now you can bring everyone back to earth, bring them down a little with your financial expertise as we discuss Canadians in debt and how our net worth is shrinking, and how Canadians in particular are sporting a heck of a lot of debt, more so than ever before. And it worries me with the credit card debt, but I guess mortgage debt is another concern as well. I don't know who to start with first. I'll start with you, Mr. Glenn Goodette, in the middle.
Sure. Well, I mean, what we're seeing, and I think the big issue is when I talk to people that are just starting out, you know, they're asking me financial questions, you know, they talk about, okay, I need this, I need this, I need this, and you look at the needs now versus 26 years ago when I got into business and the needs they talked about, those were wants back then. Everybody needs now. You know, everyone's got multiple large screen TVs, so the spending is significantly higher from what they just think they need to get by versus, I mean, I remember having clients 20 years ago buy a large house and for 2 years didn't have furniture in half the place because they went, well, we'll get the furniture when we get the debt down, and that doesn't happen now. So I think it's a need and a want issue. People blur the lines.
I think the challenge is mortgage rates are such a low and have been there for such a long time that people have this false sense that they also have more credit available to spend. The problem is, and it really depends on the counseling and the advice they're getting in terms of houses and getting into houses that are way beyond their means if and when there's an increase in mortgage rates, right? And a lot of the borrowing is not only just for the house, but it's also lines of credit based on your ability to borrow. And a lot of people don't know how to use that properly. And then you talk about needs and wants. And that's the question we always have with our discussion with our clients is really what is a need and what is a want, you know? We've got so many consumer electronics like you talked about where people are just spending and they get caught into these purchase plans and, you know, pay a little bit per month and it just balloons. But it's a sad statistic in Canada that we've got the highest per capita debt in for I think a couple of years now in terms of North America and certainly the world.
And there's some good points there because from my point of view, we're trying to help clients get a mortgage or refinance, try to consolidate some of the debt. But what I'm noticing is, to both gentlemen's points, where we're skewing needs and wants, but it's that instant gratification and comparison. I don't want to link it solely back to social media, but I think social media, especially for a younger generation, say 30 and below, who are trying to purchase homes, it's, well, we got it. According to calculations, we can afford this maximum purchase price. But when we actually look at the numbers and sit down with them, okay, what's actually going out per month and what's actually coming in per month? Okay, that max purchase price doesn't truly work. And let's try to work on your affordability. Yeah, but my friend over here got this house and I want to be in the neighborhood with them. Well, 20 years ago, that wasn't going on, right? Exactly. And I think the social media has a lot more to do with that.
Allows you to see it easier.
Yeah, and cars, like, I can't believe the price of cars now. Like, people are. Steve talked about
the total price of a car,
the payment. It's
as opposed to
it's
a payment
absolutely
on a car.
it's absolutely ridiculous the way they make it and blend it with the payments.
Now
and it's
bi-weekly versus monthly.
Yeah,
So the
Play
payment
with the
seems
subtlety of the
smaller, right?
words
and everyone wants that, and I think Canadians in general we're seeing it. And I think we're seeing a stark contrast from previous years because I think a lot of it is also being blended in from the U.S. We're seeing a lot of their consumerism, and with our media, we get to see a lot more. Before we used to only get a couple of commercials from there. Now we got Chief fans down there posting photos on Facebook, and now all of a sudden we're linked to Mary Brown's in Gainesville.
Mary Brown's is delicious chicken.
I love Mary Brown's.
My wife promised me that.
But you look at the average consumer and they say, okay, here's a car for you, right? $95 a week, as opposed to $600 a month. Just, they can't even get the concept of the one variant versus the other in their head, and they think, wow, that's cheap.
And really, who cares about the monthly payment? What was actually the cost of the car? But you kind of touched on it.
Yeah.
People don't think of the cost, they think of the payment.
Yeah. Well, like, look, a Ford pickup truck is certain Ford pickup trucks, 70 grand.
No.
I mean, hey, listen, I've been accused of I like to live in the 50s and stuff, or I'm from the 1950s, but gee whiz, a pickup truck for 70 grand.
Yeah, well, I got my own
sweet.
Come on. You can't tell me.
It
could be a great ride.
One, but they can do that because they're just selling payments. Nobody owns anything anymore.
You got to tell
me. It's like we used to own, if you're starting out, sorry, Steve, I'll just give me a second.
Finish this.
But like when you're starting out, it's like, okay, I got to buy a used car. Nobody buys used, even kids don't get used cars anymore. They get like a cheaper car, but it's the payments.
It's a lease, too, in a lot of cases, right? Fit in with the cash flow.
And then the furniture, like you said, once you get your house, it's like, well, we can furnish this room and that room. Gotta wait. Eventually, we'll work on the basement, and in a few years, I'll get a pool table. Hopefully, you never know.
Well, my question
to
you.
But now it's like boom, boom.
Because you got to post it on.
Whole darn
You got to post it on Facebook.
I pay this much a month.
My question to you is: do you have your reservation in for the Tesla Cybertruck?
They didn't even know to put side view mirrors on it.
It
what a piece of
is
junk.
God awful. Anyways,
that night, you know what? I live in Simcoe. We don't have the electrical
plugins
capability to plug in cars and stuff. Air conditioning puts a strain enough on the city's resources. So,
but you talk about the payments, though. I was at Canadian Tire and I bought, what was it that I was buying? Oh, it was a barbecue. Bought a barbecue. And they're like, would you like to do 24 equal payments? I'm like, for a barbecue? Like, I bought a barbecue and I'm going to be on a payment plan like it's a vehicle?
Yeah.
People must be using it because they asked. But I mean, like, how ridiculous is that? How about you buy a barbecue when you can actually afford a barbecue? Yeah. And that's just a barbecue, never mind everything else, right?
It's just like we're seeing, I see it from the real estate world, and I know a realtor would be able to speak more to it, but we're seeing a lot of the bidding wars coming back. Well, I've seen documents where purchase agreements have gone back and forth, and there's a $75,000 spread. So in a matter of 1 hour, you just spent $75,000 to get this house that you really needed. That was an emotional decision.
Here's a big problem with that, though, is people having a pre-approved limit, hopefully they do, they go into a bidding war. Oh, yeah, we'll pay another $75,000. They go back to the lending institution and say, sorry, we're not approving you for that. We didn't agree to that. Yeah. And so they're in a pickle, right? If they've signed off and ready to take possession of that house, and then the financing comes back and bites them.
And same with the credit. A lot of folks are using the credit and the credit cards. Well, that's a huge factor when you're trying to get pre-approved for a car, pre-approved for a house, get financing on anything. I think a lot of folks just negate the whole impact of a credit score.
How close do you fellas think we are to some kind of crisis, much like they had in the United States? Like, if the economy just tilts the wrong way, that there are too many people caught up in mortgages that they can't satisfy, and they'll be underwater, and things can really go south. Do you think we're close? We could be close to that. Could be a remote possibility, but a possibility nonetheless.
Yeah, but we're not lending money the way it was in the States. It was we're lending a lot, and debt is bad. But I mean, down there you had these mortgages where you didn't have to verify your income or your assets.
There are some cowboys out there that are doing stuff like that.
There are, but it's still not to the massive degree that it was down in the States.
I heard an example several years ago about a lady who was approved for a mortgage, and the mortgage payment was higher than her income.
Yeah.
How does that happen, right? So the fact is, we have some checks and balances built into our system. But here's the thing. If we see a spike in borrowing rates, there's a lot of people going to be on the cusp. because they're borrowing to the extent that they can pay, and they're maximizing their credit in terms of the house purchase. But you talk about it. I talk about house rich, cash poor. You know, I went in a house a couple years ago. They had 3 sticks of furniture, a chair, a mattress on the floor, and nothing else in the house. Maybe they'll get it. Maybe they'll find the money to pay for it. But I'm thinking, why would you put yourself through that, right?
Yeah. Well, because the bank will just go in there, you're pre-approved for this, you're pre-approved for that. So why the heck not?
No, the scary part though is the cost. I know on my first house we borrowed $97,000. Shelley and I had a glass of wine standing on the driveway going, I can't believe some idiot lent us $100,000. You know, nowadays that barely covers the furniture inside for someone probably. But I mean, to get your first house, you're spending $350, $400, and you know, maybe you need to fix it up a little bit too. Like, I mean, it's incredible. And then in Brantford, we've got a huge issue of no vacancies. If you try to rent a place because you want to do the right thing and save, try to find a spot. So lots of issues, right, on both sides.
Yeah, well, and to rent a house in Brantford, it's crazy.
But that's the offshoot.
People are paying more than they're asking.
$2,000.
You look at the average rent in Toronto right now, $2,300 for a month for an apartment.
Well, where's this going to go? Are house prices going to continue to rise? Will there be a correction? If there's a correction, are people going to be in trouble? Because, I mean, the prices jumped, what, 75% within 3 years?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're going to keep crawling up, but what are they going to do? I think the only time you're going to see people get rid of their houses and dump their houses is if they lose their jobs. Well, right now, unemployment is at a record low. Brantford, nice to see Brantford actually got some sunshine on that side of things, right? One of the better areas.
Well, yeah, but they say about the unemployment stats, I mean, the type of jobs and what the jobs are paying aren't what they used to be either.
Yeah.
So,
pricing
like a warehousing job doesn't pay like a manufacturing job.
No. Right.
And we seem to have more warehousing jobs than we do manufacturing.
I think when you look at the price of housing, if there's a demand, that number is going to stay up. Yeah. Right? There's not enough supply. And then you have these people who can't get into a house, even if there's one available, and they can't find an apartment either. We've got a really serious...
So if you sell your house and you can't find an apartment to rent.
Right?
Yeah.
And of course, those rents are going up as well.
And you're in Tent City.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest people do? Just try and carry as little debt as possible.
Well, they got to look at affordability.
Pay cash for things.
Look at affordability, and look at and these gentlemen would be able to speak to it. Go after assets, not liabilities.
Like at Christmas
That's
time.
simple.
Smart choices. Don't watch the media and the social media like you talked about.
Let's do everybody a favor. You guys are 3 financial geniuses. What are each of you? Give me a recommendation of what somebody should do at Christmas. Because most people right now, 2 weeks before Christmas, blowing their brains out.
Let me tell you, I had a quote the other day. Okay, it came into my head. Actually, it was on the show last week, and it doesn't matter what's under the tree. It matters who's around the tree. So in other words, people don't need to spend a lot of money.
Yeah,
at
but
Christmas.
what if your family's a bunch of a-holes? You know, the gifts make up for it.
But the advice is, you can exchange a gift, but you don't have to spend a lot of money on a gift. And family time and time together is much more important. You mentioned taking a family trip as opposed to buying a lot of presents for different members of the family. It's bonding time. It's time away. You know, you don't have to spend a lot of money on commercial Christmas gifts to go under a tree to get tossed aside after a month or two where people are bored of them, right?
Well, and you know what, you make, I mean, the dirty word budget, but you make a budget, and a budget isn't just gift budget, but it's even kind of, I know, but
I don't use the word budget.
I don't like
I
using
call
it.
cash flow, but
yeah, but I mean, you write down a list and you do something with it. But I know, like with our nieces and nephews, we try to do, we don't buy them gifts anymore, we do experiences. So we take them out somewhere and buy them. But again, okay, how much do we want to spend? Well, let's find something, you know, live within your means.
Todd?
Well, for me, if
you spoil your kids, don't you?
Well, hey,
don't you?
No,
just say yes.
No. I'm not a guy who has a pool and a bar downstairs to have everyone over. That's not me. But I would tell folks.
That's
Quit trolling.
I would tell folks buy things that you want, not to compare them to other people.
Okay, hey folks, we got to take a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay tuned.
My mother always tells me to smile and put on a happy face.
Stop them!
Is it just me, or is it getting crazier out there? I used to think that my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
Welcome to Forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. Know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the show. Excuse me for interrupting your time here.
There's two faces.
Hey, guys, thanks for sticking with the show. We're at the halfway point. I'm going to introduce the Rogers TV All-Stars. To my left is Chatty Todd Foster. Great to have you here again.
Chatty? This is your school name.
Someone's got to provide some enlightenment.
In the center, we have Glenn Gaudette. And then down at the end here, you know him, love him, can't live without him, Mr. Steve Bentley. Guys, it was just a week ago, we had the throne speech. And I call it throne speech light because it was only, 25 minutes? Usually they're very long. They've been an hour and a half or longer.
Only when you have the majority.
Yeah. That's right. So with this minority government, I think he went as easy as possible, as vague as possible on a lot of things, mainly just some feel-good stuff, and stuff that he knew, I guess, the Bloc Québécois would go along with, because those are the people he's going to be hanging out with now. But anyways, what did you think about it? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Steve Bentley.
I think it was light. It was intentionally light. He's really walking on very careful grounds right now, because anything he wants to try and bring in, he's got to placate somebody. He's got to have somebody support that vote, or else it's not going to happen, right? So what happened? All of a sudden now we see the Trans-Canada Pipeline now under construction, right? We've got to try and appease the Western provinces, right? But I was hoping we'd be rid of the Bloc Québécois, but there was a reason they came back, obviously. So we're going to see, as you said, that dance between the two parties, and I think the NDP will factor into that to some degree. But there is a check and balance on government right now that wasn't there for the last 4 years, and I think there's a positive to it.
Glenn, you're an outdoorsman. And I don't know if you own any firearms.
I do own, and
but
I've been a
that
hunter
was a
since I was a
part
child.
of the throne speech was the getting rid of military style.
Yeah.
Which, okay, getting rid of military
and a rifle
weapons
bioback
is one thing, but military style. Does that just mean no plastic stocks anymore, and it has to be wood stock?
Well, again, it goes back to whenever Trudeau talks, that's what annoys me. Listening to him actually talk, I'd rather just prefer to read what they do, because just because he says something, it typically is just for a soundbite. It doesn't actually lead to action. And if we want to do something when it comes to guns and that, don't go after, again, the people that have taken the courses that are vetted through the RCMP every 5 years. Gun control is not about taking it from law-abiding citizens, because that's just makes the headlines. It makes everyone feel good. I mean, how many people have been killed with military-style weapons? I don't have any of those, and I'm not interested in those, but I don't think that's the issue. You could literally take it where you make it the magazine size can only be a certain size. And then if you're caught with one, that's the same as being caught with a handgun. Like, you can do those types of things without taking actual guns out of people's hands.
I think
that
it's
are
part of the
law-abiding.
issue, though, right? Because I look at the weapons that have predominantly been responsible for the murders in the States. Is there a use for semi or automatic weapons? I don't know that there is for the average consumer. That said, we've got to address where a lot of these weapons are coming from. And they're not coming from the stores, they're coming from the underground. But I think if we take and look at what's available, I think average gun owners who go through that process, who are licensed, who are law-abiding citizens, they shouldn't really have their rights infringed upon.
I mean, I just have long guns. And when my license renewed, my wife got contacted by the RCMP, and they asked her if she had any concerns about me having my it's called a PAL, a possession and acquisition license, renewed, and she said no. But imagine if she was upset with me, and maybe we were going through a marriage breakdown, and all she would have to say is yes, and they would come and take all the weapons I have, and I just use them for hunting. I'm a hunter, so.
It just seems to me in any type of gun legislation that it just affects law-abiding citizens, and law-abiding citizens aren't the threat.
Right.
And if they did more when it comes to possession of firearms that say have the serial numbers filed off,
yes,
or modified weapons, stuff like that, in the commission of a crime, and they hand down stiffer penalties for that, then perhaps we could.
Or how about if I buy them legally and then I sell them to you and you don't have a license? I should be held to account the same as if
sure, if particularly if I commit.
There's a lot of that
with
shadow purchasing happening, so. But I need to be charged, not just a slap on the wrist. I need to be charged, and maybe having mine taken away where I can never ever buy them again.
See, I'm down with that. It's just that so many times, I mean, and you've seen this in the United States, the places with the strictest gun control laws have the worst gun crimes. Chicago comes to mind. Washington, D.C. comes to mind. Anywhere in California.
Well, I think it's to Glenn's point of you're trying to tackle the law-abiding citizen, and the military style typically aren't the ones being used out on the street in the day-to-day crimes. Like if we go back to our original topic and talking about the gun violence in the city, I'm willing to bet that you aren't looking at military-style rifles come walking down the street. It's probably going to be a Glock handgun.
Well, it depends. Like in drive-by shootings and stuff, they'll use military-style rifles.
But do you think outlawing them is going to stop them?
No, it certainly doesn't.
You can actually make them now with computers and all that type of stuff. You don't I mean, it's even gotten to that point. So let's tackle the people that are causing the issues, not the ones that make headlines.
The acquisition process should be a little more rigid too, because I think we're sort of poo-pooing the idea of doing proper background checks. And my concern is you get somebody who's mentally deranged going in and buying a semi-automatic or an automatic weapon. I'm talking more of the States right now.
Yeah, but civil
where they really don't do.
People from the Civil Liberties Union will argue that people that are mentally incapacitated have rights too, and they've argued that successfully for people with that have been deemed mentally defective to get firearms.
But we can't change the rules in the States.
No.
But here it's way more difficult.
Right. But we're seeing it bleed a little north from the States right now.
You know what I'm interested in? I've never read, and it could be out there because I obviously miss a lot, but has anybody here ever read about a big arms importer gun bust? Like a big bust where somebody's bringing in illegal arms?
Well, Toronto's done it a little bit,
it must
but
have.
yeah.
I mean, there must be, there'll be containers full of illegal weapons. There's got to be some big mastermind behind this.
Well, you've gone to the
It's not
States
just
and
one
brought
gun
back
at a
booze a
time.
few times, I'm sure, when you visited your daughter.
No. And I've always declared
Not
it.
on public
I'll
record.
tell you why.
Well, I was going to say, if someone did, it could have been 2 guns rather than a bottle of booze.
I've been investigated for that. I'll tell you that.
You go across the border
Guns and
enough,
money
exactly.
and explosives, especially when I owned the Hummer. I got pulled over every gosh darn time.
Wow. Well, they figure you're hiding something if you're driving
Yeah,
out.
I know, but here's
Or
the
making
thing.
up for something.
My kid's going to school in the States. I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize me going to see her and having,
But you're somebody who'd
that
have,
border.
you'd have a little more scrutiny because of the number of times you go across the border, right?
Oh, I'm a frequent flyer.
So
Do you get a Nexus?
They do track that stuff.
No, because I do buy things that I have to declare. So if you have the Nexus, then if you bring something back without declaring it, then you're in trouble.
Right.
So there you go.
Well,
So
and
it just depends. You travel at the right times, no lineups.
So were we talking about
Ice storms.
Yeah, we were.
and I wanted to talk
And
about.
I wanted to know
really
who's
did a
getting
turn,
busted
didn't we?
for
That's
lots
my
of
fault.
guns.
I don't like to bring it back.
I want to talk about the throne speech being a little lackluster, as we mentioned, because I saw a whole lot of ads leading up to the campaign about how we're going to restore Indigenous
Yeah, but they're running for majority on that, right?
And it was pretty lackluster for the number of commercials that were out about trying to repair that relationship, and to what was actually spoke of in the throne speech was kind of disheartening.
Yeah, but what they were campaigning on, what they politically received, are two different things, right? So
Exactly.
they got to be light on a minority. You know, as much as they want to be the majority, if they have the majority, then when they can speak to those issues, but they don't when they don't.
How big a deal do you think it was that he never mentioned Alberta and Saskatchewan by name? And you know, it's obviously a problem. You got 0 seats from there.
0 seats, and he's trying to appease it by bringing in people who have some history in that province. But,
I know, but he didn't
how do
even
you do
mention
it?
them in the throne speech.
Yeah.
And
I
apparently,
think he thinks it's a lost
apparently
cause.
they're a bit turned off by that.
Yeah.
I think that'll be more of a try to spend some time building that
You know,
relationship.
his dad took a train ride through the West there and gave him the finger out of the window. That's classic Trudeau.
That's history. Come on.
Yeah, history. Hey, yeah,
But
that's his
he's
dad.
got Chrystia Freeland over there. I'm sure he's deliberately not mentioned them, but he's hoping that somehow he can kind of repair the relationship through her.
But she's deputy prime minister now, so I think that was one of the reasons she got the portfolio. Plus, how she dealt with the free trade agreement. So,
Do you think this government's going to last very long? Like really?
I think it'll go
year,
more. I think
obviously,
more
but-
than a year easily. They don't play well with others, and that'll eventually bring it down.
Yeah.
What kind of legislation do you think will bring it down? The next budget, or?
That makes sense, because they've got to give somebody, and it'll be not giving enough to one of their partners to vote for them, right?
well, there's one province who's going to want a lot, right? And they've got enough people in the House now that can help Liberals get to where they need to stay in power, right? Bloc Québécois. So they're going to be asking and asking and asking. That's naturally what they do, right? So as long as he appeases that, then he's probably going to be able to carry the government as long as he can, you know. But at what point does he say no, right? I don't think there's large legislation that would really have that ability to bring down the government. The budget would be probably the strongest piece of legislation that would. But it's going to be a weak budget, because he's going to try and please a lot of different people to try and get that vote.
But he won't want to do much to help the NDP, because he won't want to give the NDP anything to be able to stand on a box and say, look what we were able to do. Give us the majority, and we'll do even more.
Well, universal pharmacare is one, which I know we can't afford, and climate issues are another big one.
So being able to afford it's ever been an issue?
Well, it wasn't. It hasn't been the last 5 years, because this deficit is just insane.
It's ridiculous.
And
during a good economy.
Do you see more of this government running a deficit?
Not as easily.
And just ignoring it.
Not as easily.
Really, I think that's going to be absolutely messy from a financial point of view.
I think it's going to be messy because they're so wishy-washy, and as Steve mentioned, just trying to appease everyone.
Yep. Yeah.
I think it's going to cause issues, because you're going to have a backdoor deal here, you're going to have a backdoor deal here, you're going to have an open door deal here, and
my point was more in the fact if you get a majority, then you can, right? So I think it'll be a little weakened, but again, there's going to be so many backdoor deals just to try and keep in power.
The spending's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we'll all be paying for it, or our kids, and even your 20-month-old will be paying significantly for it one day too.
Exactly.
You're depressing me, and it's Christmas. Yeah, it was. It was a very underwhelming budget, and I think you guys are right. It's going to be more of the same when it comes to the deficit. Hopefully we won't have to go through this process immediately. But you know what? I'm thinking this spring. I don't think it'll last that long.
I would give it.
Because the Quebecois,
well, I hope you're right.
The Bloc Québécois only have so much that they're interested in, and he's going to have to try and cut a deal with the NDP along the way.
Yeah, but
that
here's
could
the thing.
upset somebody else. And
Even if he loses power, we go through another election. I don't know the Conservatives are in a position to really be strong enough.
They'll get a new leader. All that and so
Hopefully.
much more. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay tuned.
It was my daughter's birthday. She was blowing out the candles on her cake when we heard coming from the TV. So we stopped and listened, and it helped us get to safety. That's why when I think of my daughter's birthday, because now she gets to keep having them.
Rogers action on Rogers TV.
Join Natasha McKenty for In Studio. Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe.
Cooking in the kitchen with all things from Ontario.
In Studio Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Get to the Point. I'm Gordon McLean, introducing my panel for the last time in this program. Rogers TV All-Stars, Todd Foster, Glenn Gaudette, and of course, Steve Bentley. Great to have you here, guys. And in case I forget by the end of the show, were you giving me the finger?
I could.
Let me reframe that.
In case I forget to before the end of the show, I hope you and your families all have a very Merry Christmas. I know you're all family men, and you like to spend time with kit and kin, and I hope you have a good time this holiday season.
Well, same to you. Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
Anyway, speaking of the holiday season, we're ending the program on this story. My producer submitted it to me. I first heard about it because I watch KTLA News in the mornings. That's out of Los Angeles. There's a nativity scene that's out in LA County, and what they've done at the church is they've put the different people from the nativity, the baby Jesus and Joseph and Mary, etc., in cages. And they're saying, oh, this is not political, it's theological. I submit to you that it's selective outrage, because the whole separation of families and even the caging of young people was done and started during the Obama administration, and done more so during then, just like deportations were higher during the Obama administration, and that these leftist liberals and the media now want to draw attention to it simply to affect the success of the Trump administration. Because of all that, I will start with you, Mr. Bentley.
So you said success of the Trump organization.
No, administration.
Administration. You know, the funny thing is, everything's so politically motivated these days.
Well,
I
first
really,
of all, is this politically motivated?
I think so. I absolutely think so, right? And you know what? You talk about detaining children and putting them in cages, whatever. It got a lot more publicity, obviously, under the Trump administration. Now, part of it is his grandstanding, but still, it should never happen. It doesn't matter if it was Obama or Trump.
The media didn't report on it.
It shouldn't happen. And that's the other thing. I mean, it really depends on how the media coverage is played. And certainly, you know, it tends to be a little more favorable to the liberal-leaning causes, right? So we actually have to take into effect that this is always going to happen. So I don't think we should be giving the media attention that it gets, to be honest with you, because if we were trying to do that with everything, there'd be so much that people would be protesting about or trying to make their stand on. And I really think it takes away from the actual whole atmosphere, the Christmas and the reason, you know, it exists, and the religious aspects of it, and that saddens me in a way, right? Can we not leave something just alone and let it be just the way it is? Do we have to try and make a story or make some kind of stand on something like that? I'm really upset to hear stuff like that.
Now, Glenn, does this tell you a different story of the Nativity, or do you think that these two things are not related at all, and that this is just political grandstanding?
I don't think it's political grandstanding. I watched the interview with the minister, and I listened to what she had to say, and I kind of looked at it and I thought to myself, you know, I think it is important for a church to make basically comments about what's going on in society, and I think it made a good point. I don't think it was political. I don't think it was targeted. Maybe I'm a little bit naive on that. Looking at your face, I'm guessing you think that. But it was under both. But it was under both administrations.
Why would they do it?
Yeah. Well, why would they do it now and not then?
Well, because they've actually done different things like that. This particular church.
Like what?
You know what? I didn't read the whole. But they had talked about the fact over the year. Every year they do something specific to basically send a point about something in society that's going on.
I guarantee you, and I don't know, this is just me guessing, I'm sure people can Google it, but I've heard her interviewed as well, several times, because KTLA was running with this story since Sunday.
That's the
Nothing
problem.
else was going on?
That's the problem.
And I bet you if they've done anything in the past, like say when Barack was president, it was, the baby Jesus was replaced with like Mickey Mouse, because we're commenting on the commercialism of Christmas and stuff. And I'm sure it was general comments on society, not on a government's policies, immigration policies or foreign policy or whatever. It was always a comment on society until now, because once again, this is an example of selective outrage that the left seems to carry. What do you think, Todd?
Well, I think it is politically driven. They're trying to make a stance with something that they know will get attention. Glenn makes some really good points that you're not doing it to not get attention. And what are you getting the attention for? You're trying to not get more attendance at your church. You're doing it, and you're accepting the interviews. You're doing it for a political reason. And I'm sure that they are trying to advance some type of agenda, especially when you have a pastor who's pretty new to the church, I believe since July.
Part of that agenda is probably increase how many people come to and sit in the congregation.
Oh,
right?
certainly.
It's free publicity, right? You're getting the coverage. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not. You make a statement like that, media will just go right to your door.
Well, in that Hispanic people, particularly new Americans that are Hispanic, or even illegal Americans or illegal aliens in America that are Hispanic, would respond well to that message, the caging, saying, "Oh yeah," because they are outraged about it, and I don't know. It's just that to me, it's got to be political, and it does help that church out, I would guess. Probably puts more rumps in the pews. I was just thinking about what other things. When you mentioned they do other things, I said the Mickey Mouse thing. I could see him doing that.
You don't want to put Mickey Mouse in a cage.
But churches...
No, not in a cage, just to replace the baby Jesus in the Nativity. And then you say, well, that's about commercialism. Or they could have had Joseph and the three wise men and Mary with firearms over their shoulders, and that could be a comment on open carry laws. Like, who knows? But all I'm saying is this time, this one, it's obvious that it's just purely, it's not a comment on society, it's a comment on the current administration.
What happened to the separation of religion and state?
I don't think that's ever been true. I think it was written down,
Certainly
but I don't believe
not in
it's
the
ever...
number of last years, exactly, right? It's just
in the
gotten
history
worse
of
and worse.
mankind, I don't think it's really ever been true.
But I think truly, there's probably a lot of people in the congregation who are probably upset about it too, to be honest with you, because they look at it as their church, that's their sanctuary, right? And to see this kind of stuff, to me, it takes away from why they're there and what their purpose is, right? You can do that, but you don't have to do it by doing it through a nativity scene or something like that. You can do it a little more off-site, but that's the problem. And they do it because they make a statement.
Yep. And a lot of people just automatically, and that's why I was kind of agreeing with Glenn a little bit. I believe it's a political statement, but who's to say that it is against the Trump administration? Maybe it's against Huawei. We've just positioned it to be about refugees.
Well, who else
and
is it about?
Well, the U.S. is going through huge trade issues. We've got a Huawei daughter who's all locked up, so you never know.
Yeah, she's locked up in a mansion in Vancouver.
And they could just be late to the stage of
no, because I
going
think she
against
even
Obama.
said that it was in reference to that. It was in reference to migrants.
Well, then there you go.
And refugees.
There's my statement, just completely.
But she's
involved.
neither a migrant or a refugee, right?
I know, but you can be sympathetic towards the cause. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, she's really hard done by in a mansion in Vancouver.
Yeah.
No, not Huawei. I'm talking about the.
I'm playing lines. Sorry.
Anyways, how comfortable? You know what? Do we really see stuff like that here in this country, where the churches comment politically on things, or is that more of an American thing?
I'm really trying to stretch my brain to think of a Canadian church that's done something similar. I can't come up with
Because we
one.
seem to have, I believe in this country, we really do seem to have a separation of church and state, and where things are done more discreetly, I guess you could say.
That's just kind of the way Canadians are all together with all parts of our society, right?
Sorry.
A little bit more flash on the U.S.,
So,
right?
yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, sorry. yeah.
But interestingly enough, though, when it comes to church and state, do we actually have compromises? I know in Brantford, Victoria Square, there is a manger scene, and I guess that's government land.
Mm-hmm.
So we're okay with that.
It's all over Canada. I mean,
Yeah,
you go
I
to
know.
any
Well,
community,
that's
you're
what
going to
I'm
find
saying.
some religious aspect of whatever city displays are put up, right?
Because I know in the States that if when things like that are put on government property, there's usually an accompanying protest or lawsuit.
Well, I think we have a little bit that bleeds our way because, I mean, we have groups that sometimes you just say Happy Holidays versus Merry Christmas, right? Just because we want to be sympathetic, and I think that's maybe just a respect thing also. I know someone that I know that I typically give a card this time of year, and they don't celebrate the holidays, and it's a thank you card I give them because of something that they do for my team. And I just know that it bothers them when they get Merry Christmas cards, so it's like, you know what, I actually want to thank you, so I'll just give you a thank you card versus
But there's also a lot of people who, although they may not practice Christmas and that, they don't mind it. They look at what the thought was behind the card, not so much what the card says, right?
Right.
And I think that's what we lose is the message, right?
And just because you put a manger on government property doesn't mean that you can't put any other religious symbol there.
Yeah.
Just Christians chose to put a manger there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, if anything, you can still have church and state separated, but you can create a platform for everyone to come together and try to provide some assimilation.
Well, I have to say that there's something to be said for traditions, and that happens to be a tradition in the Canadian culture.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we have to be respectful of other cultures, but we do have our own as well. And there's a native Canadian culture, there's the Canadian culture that most of us are familiar with, and then there's newer Canadians that have their own cultural things that they celebrate. So,
and there's a lot of the communities that do that within their own refrain.
You
right?
said do. I'd be amiss if I didn't point that out. I always do that with my wife. If somebody says that or duty.
Oh,
Anyways, hey, kids,
What a
it's
note to
been
finish
great.
on.
I hope you all have an excellent Christmas break. I really do. And I look forward to seeing y'all. And it's going to be a new decade. Imagine
Yes,
that.
2020.
It's going to be the Roaring 20s.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, wait. We have 1 minute left. Quickly, because it's the last show of 2019.
2019, 1920.
1919. We hope to put a man on the moon and return safely to Earth. Anyways, quickly, anybody got any predictions for the new year? Quick, go.
The Habs win the Stanley Cup and the Leafs don't make the playoffs.
That is a dream. But the Leafs won't make the playoffs. Go.
The Leafs the Leafs. There we go again. The Trudeau government will last through 2020.
Todd?
Kansas City Chiefs losing the first round.
Why do you keep bringing that up?
You jerk.
You're just trying
that's
to.
a kick
just-
under the
just-
table.
Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl champions. Merry Christmas, but that's not till February. Merry Christmas, everybody. I love you, Mom. See you later.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. We've got an informative show for you today. First up, we're talking to Tammy Benwell on tips and strategies for maintaining a thriving relationship. Then we're going to be moving into talking about work-life balance. And finally, we're going to cap things off with exploring the Oasis Aqua Lounge, which is a swingers club in Toronto. Let's get this sexy show on the road. I'd like to welcome Tammy Benwell. She's an incredible individual and relationship therapist at Bliss Counseling, and she's going to be talking to us about strategies and tips for maintaining a thriving relationship. Welcome, Tammy.
Thanks, Kelly. It's great to be here.
Thanks so much for being here. Yeah. Well, we get to talk all the time at work, anyways, at our practice that we work at, but you're an incredible relationship therapist. So based on some of the things that you work on with partners that you see when you do couple work, what are some tips or strategies or things that you feel like people need to be mindful of to maintain a healthy, thriving relationship?
Well, it's a very good question and one that comes up all of the time. You know, I think for any of us, we hear a lot of the relationship pitfalls are often related to finances or intimacy. And a lot of these things can be managed a little bit better, I think, by paying attention to some of the things that our partners say. The one thing I often hear is, well, I really know my partner, I've been with them for 10 years, or I really know my partner, I've been with them for 15 years. And my question back to them is often, do you really know them though? Because we should always keep asking questions of our partners.
And be curious about them, because we're, even as individuals, is evolving and changing and growing.
That's right. You know, things at work may change a perspective. Hearing something that somebody else is going through might make somebody rethink how they view things. And as partners, we often get complacent, and we don't pay attention to those things because we've known each other for so long. So be curious, I think, is the best way to describe it. Also, you know, ask questions. Oftentimes we don't ask questions. We just kind of, again, settle into the everyday routine of things. Inquire more. If you ask your partner, have you had a good day, and they say yes, well, what was good about your day? Tell me something about your day that made it really good. Kind of changes the conversation. And, you know, thinking we know somebody's making assumptions about perceptions. I see a lot of couples who assume things about their partners. And that's a very unhealthy strategy because, again, then we're not inquiring a little bit more and going deeper.
about what it could mean for them.
Completely.
And that saying, assume you make an ass out of you and me. So try not to assume about your partners. Get to know them, be curious with them.
Be curious, ask more questions. And that's true on many levels, on their values, on their dreams, on their goals, on intimacy. So exploring those things a little bit further is always helpful in a relationship. Also, we have our own perceptions. So if we get into an argument, there's two people in the argument in a couple, and one person's perception of the argument might be different than the other person's.
Right.
Sometimes we forget to take a step back and listen to what the other person is saying.
And trying to seek to understand.
Exactly, rather than thinking, well, no, my perception is right.
Right. And so often it's not even about who's right and who's wrong.
Exactly.
It's just about trying to understand each other's perspectives. Because if I'm looking at a number 6, you're looking at a number 9, and both could be true.
Exactly.
But trying to take a look from each other's lenses, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And repeating what you heard your partner say. That can be a really helpful strategy.
To understand.
Exactly. To confirm, like, am I hearing you say this correctly? This is what I've heard. And then it allows the partner the opportunity to say, well, no, actually, that's not what I meant. So, you know, questions are so important in healthy relationships. Dig deeper. When you first start dating somebody, you want to know everything about them. What's their favorite color? What's their favorite food? You know, what do they like to do? What are their interests? What are their values? And then we assume once we have the answers to all of those questions, we now know them.
Right, like they don't change.
That's right. And yet the change is constantly occurring. So having that dialogue on an ongoing basis, maybe even, you know, having it as a yearly check-in.
Yes, I love that.
Right?
I'm a big fan of check-ins, just even how are you feeling about our relationship?
Yeah. How are you feeling about our relationship? Do you have any new goals? Do you have any new things that you're excited about?
Are there new experiences you'd like to try together?
Exactly.
Which can change things up as well too.
Yeah, and be playful. I think we forget to be playful sometimes. I have a lot of couples come in and you know, a lot of times they've settled into their routines and their partner likes doing this, but they don't, so they don't engage in that activity or watching that sport. And you know, that's the very thing we all do at the beginning of a relationship. We engage in the other person's activity. Interest, yes. So keep doing that.
Keep doing that.
Why stop doing that? Let your partner know that you still want to be interested in what they're doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here, Tammy. Again, incredible individual and relationship therapist at Bliss Counseling, located in Uptown Waterloo, and people can get in touch with you there and book an appointment if they're wanting individual or relationship therapy. So blisscounseling.ca.
Great.
And stick around and we will be talking about work-life balance.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Queer people were usually not the ones at the forefront of crafting these narratives.
It's not about me, it's about what I represent.
What is this lesbian thing you speak of?
You can't put two men together. You can do that.
Are they? Are they? They are!
People stood up and said, this show is meaningful to me and here's why.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your scene or choice suite.
My husband is a wonderful man and a great father when he's not drinking. I'm so angry he chooses alcohol over us. If he really loved us, he'd stop drinking, right? My counselor suggested I try Al-Anon. I didn't understand why. I'm not the one with the problem, but I'm glad I went. Do you worry about someone's drinking? You are not alone. Al-Anon or Alateen can help. Call 866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
I am very excited to introduce Rachel Pafanis to the show today. She is the author of this book here, The Person Behind the Professional, Cognitive Behavioral Coaching for Today's Workplaces, and she's also the owner of Red Maple Professional Coaching Services in Waterloo, Ontario. She provides coaching services to individuals, small groups, large groups, and offers keynote addresses. And her mission is to develop the person behind the professional. Thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah, no, this is fun. Thanks for having me.
So you're a therapist, coach, author. What don't you do?
Wash the dishes.
Yeah.
No, I do too much of that too.
Yeah, so can you tell us a little bit about the benefits of coaching? And we were even talking earlier just about how work-life balance is so important for maintaining healthy relationships, right? So you really help coach professionals, but developing the person behind the professional.
That's right. Yeah. I spent a lot of years in the therapy room, seeing a lot of things around mental health disorders and kind of all that stuff that is so big these days. And one of the things that happened for me was sort of starting to see a real thread of people coming in with workplace issues that were, I won't use the word causing those mental health disorders, but certainly exacerbating a lot of them.
Right.
And I just really sort of felt like I was very intrigued by this concept of psychologically healthy workplaces, psychological health and safety at work. And that's what led me to where I am now. And so I spend my days talking with different workplaces, all different kinds, about how you create a really human work environment that takes care of people in ways that are probably, believe it or not, emotional. And that elusive work-life-home balance, right? Like that comes up every single day in my work.
Oh yeah, and in mine as well, even as a relation, because I specialize in sex and relationship therapy, and even working with partners, we see how they leave the leftovers for the relationship. They give everything to work, and then there's not much left over to maintain a healthy relationship. So what are some strategies or solutions you have to help people manage it all?
Yeah, I would echo that. You're right. One of the big things that we see on the relationship front for people that are in the working public, one of the biggest things we see is this, I give my scraps to my partner, right? Like I kind of do everything at work. I come home, I'm tired, I'm angry, I'm stressed, and that's how I come home to my partner. And of course that creates a lot of challenges in home lives. So, one of the themes that we see most often is this whole thing around how to not just reconnect with our partners, but to do it effectively.
Right.
And I usually will often talk to people that are in the working public about this concept of learning to become a student of your partner. Not just someone who you cohabitate with, not just somebody who kind of like you do your routines with, but someone who you study deeply, somebody who you don't assume you know everything about all the time. Because people change, and who you're with, now may not be the person you originally started out with.
Right.
But to be a very astute student of the person that you're with.
Yeah.
And to notice that, the things that caused us to reconnect before may not be the same things now.
Right.
And to take notice when those things have shifted a little. That's a huge theme that we do see.
Yeah, and I even recently read a quote once where it was like, throughout a lifetime you'll have 3 to 4 significant relationships, but sometimes you'll be lucky enough to have them with the same person.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that you might have to restructure and redevelop your relationship because people are changing and interests are changing.
Yeah, they do. We change, our partners change, and so these relationships are very dynamic. If you change a work world as well, you change positions, you change actual place of work, can have a pretty big impact at home.
Right. You spend most of your days at work.
Yep.
Yeah. So what else would be another I guess, a common theme or a solution that you would have to offer to manage the work-life balance? Because you're going to be putting up a blog too, right, on the topic, so people can go to your website, which will be up on the screen, to read more about it. So what else would you share or encourage of people?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. One of the things that we like to talk about with sort of the people that we're working with, the working public, is that when it comes to reconnecting with your partner, certainly looking at being a student of that person. But the other part is it's really helpful to understand that when it comes to reconnecting, one of the things that has to happen is in that reconnection, you must also solve the stressors that are going on within the relationship. Okay. We often tell people, you know, when it comes right down to it, life is a series of problems. You know, you clear your problem list, but you will have another one.
Right.
And that means that in those relationships, as we're reconnecting, we have to find ways to not just kind of keep living with problems, but resolve them. And those resolutions tend to fall into like two buckets, is how I explain it. Okay. There's a bucket of action and a bucket of meaning.
Action and meaning.
Action and meaning. And so a lot of our problems, they need to be solved. Let's go to meaning first. Okay. We have to get to resolution by getting to the meaning behind the problem. So if we are falling behind on our bills, for example, we can't just sort of kind of keep going forward with the bills not getting paid. We have to stop and kind of go, why are they not getting paid?
Right.
Right? What is kind of going on there? Is this a role division problem? Is this somebody needs to pick up extra work? Like what are the things that lie behind that problem? Okay. And have that conversation.
Right.
That's meaning, but action is very different. And that is the part around kind of getting going on the solutions to our problems. This matters because it's those chronic problems that tend to mess up our relationship, right? I often use a silly way of talking about it, but it's the mice that bring down the house, right? These tiny little,
It's like death by a thousand paper cuts.
Yes,
right?
yeah. And suddenly, you know, two people will find themselves kind of mired in all of these problems, which are taking all the joy out. So then they have to also think about the action. Right. That is the part around kind of deciding who's going to do what, bringing problems to a resolution.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think those are great strategies.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for being here with us, Rachel. And so if people want to get in touch with you, they can visit you at your Red Maple Coaching.
You bet.
And the website will be up on the screen.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Alrighty.
Okay, stick around. We'll be right back with more.
Was that 4 or 5? He's lost count and still thinks he can drive. Do you think he knows that when he is caught and charged with impaired driving, he'll lose his license and a lot more? If he gets in his car, he'll face costs exceeding $20,000. Does he realize he could have a criminal record for his choice to drive? And it could be much worse if he crashes. Wonder what he'll be thinking tomorrow.
Have a hold on one at 15.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley invite local entrepreneurs and small business experts to share their stories of success in small business. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers is one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
I am very excited to welcome Judy to the show. Judy is one of the owners of Oasis Aqua Lounge, which is a water-themed adults playground in downtown Toronto. Oasis Aqua Lounge is the fastest growing consumer service business in Toronto, according to Maclean's magazine Top 500 Growth Businesses in Canada. Welcome.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. So what can people expect from going to a sex club?
Well, I mean, basically, it's like a social club for adults. You have to be at least 19, but we have a wide variety of ages. And we've got 2 bars across our 4 floors, as well as a spa area. So we've got a hot tub, we've got a sauna. And the best feature of all is our outdoor pool, which we actually heat year-round. So it's really beautiful in the winter to have the snow coming down and be outside. It's like really becomes a giant hot tub.
Like a big winter wonderland, too.
Yeah. So I mean, like, those are the spa features. Those are the social features.
Right.
But then the great part is that you can actually have sex there. So there's play areas. There's, you know, there's a private play area. There's semi-private, and then there's not so private play areas.
Right, so people can indulge in wherever their comfort level is too.
Exactly, yes. Oh no, nobody has to do anything they're not comfortable with.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough to be brought on a tour, and I noticed even as soon as you arrive, there's an option to even take bracelets if you choose
Absolutely,
to.
yeah. You know, a lot of people, when they don't really know what to expect.
Right.
When they come to a club like this, because it's not really something that has been out there a long time or available. I mean, we're open, you know, 7 days a week, and we're open daytime as well as evening, so it's not just sort of a nightclub vibe.
Right.
It's very hard to describe what it is. Probably whatever someone thinks it is, that's not it.
Right.
Yeah.
Not it. That's not it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that you know, people are intimidated by the unknown and what they might think that it could be, but really it's whatever you make of it, and it's very comfortable, it's very inclusive and inviting. Different floors, different areas that you can check out and indulge in whatever tickles your fancy, really.
Well, exactly. I think people are looking to try and like enhance their sex lives. As you know, as couples, they're looking to reconnect. They're looking for somewhere outside of, you know, their own bedroom that they've been in forever, and they want something to spice things up. And so Oasis is the perfect place to do that, because you can come, we have a lot of shows, we do a lot of education, because I think a lot of adults really, there's a lot of things about sex that we didn't learn in school, or, you know, that we can learn as adults and keep growing in our sex lives. I think a lot of people want to say, you know, looking after their sexual health is, you know, an important part, just like looking after your physical health.
Like your physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, and your sexual health. I agree. Like, as a sex therapist, I'm constantly promoting ways to explore and embrace your sexuality. And just as we change professionally and personally, we change sexually as well too, right? So trying to find a forum or a place where you can go and even just explore and embrace your own sexuality, right?
Exactly. I mean, for newcomers, we even offer a newcomer program. So, you know, twice a month on Thursdays, which is one of our quietest days of the week, but it is still a women and couples only day. So we have different days that cater to different interests. And so the weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, daytime, Sunday, they're for couples and women only.
Couples and women only, okay.
Yeah, and so 2 Thursdays a month as well as one Saturday afternoon, we have a program called First Taste. And it gives people a chance to come in, have a tour of the facilities, see if they feel comfortable in this kind of an environment, and just kind of decide, gee, is this something that might be for me or for us as a couple, and just sort of see.
Yeah, and I was even told that you'll see people that might be naked, but you also might see people that are completely clothed too. So again, it's whatever your comfort level is.
Exactly, because it is a clothing optional facility, and we're very body positive. So I think people get a little bit nervous and think, oh, well, you know, I have children, I'm not exactly as I was when I was 20. Well, nobody is, you know.
Right.
And so I think that once they come, we get so many people who say, after they've come for the first time, say, I don't know what I was so scared about, because I feel so comfortable. I didn't think that I would get naked. I said, no, not me. But then an hour later, here I am.
Here I am. Oh, because it's that comfortable and safe and inviting, and a no judgment safe zone.
That's right.
What I really was impressed by was all of the different types of events are themed. Nice that you have, so you really do cater.
Oh, there's a different event every single day.
Yeah.
And you know, on the weekend we try and, you know, we have sex school once a month, so that's when we have a speaker, and, you know, people like Dr. Jess, yourself, you know, people who are experts to come in and teach us all something, right? You know, we've got massage therapy therapy, that comes in and teaches people how to massage their, their partners. So couples things. We do couples yoga. We do naked yoga. So, we have a lot of different programming that's around body positivity. And our goal really is that every person that leaves Oasis, we hope, will feel better about their sexual self than when they walked in the door.
Oh, that's wonderful. So what kind of people come to Oasis? Like, what can people expect? Is it a wide, diverse population?
It is. It is a wide range of ages. I think that's one of the things that people don't realize is that, we've got people who are, in school. We do offer a student discount on many of the nights. We've got people who are, parents. We've got people who are grandparents. It's quite a wide range of ages. You've got professionals, you've got teachers, you've got, it's really the kind of people who watch your show would probably be very representative of the people who come to Oasis.
Oh, that's wonderful. And it is a beautiful facility. It's filled with character, too. It's like a 19th century.
It was built in the late 1800s, and it's a beautifully restored building, and we just love it. It's a heritage property.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
If anyone's interested in first taste or even checking out the Oasis Aqua Lounge, visit the website below, and anyone can give you a tour if you're just wanting to explore
we
it
have
as well.
First Taste. We give tours all the time.
Wonderful. Well,
Thanks
thank
so
you
much
for joining us. Just because we're out of time doesn't mean you have to stop and exploring and embracing your sexuality here. If you're interested in learning more, please visit sexologyinternational.com, or if you're interested in sex therapy, please visit Bliss Counseling. Thank you for joining me. I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
See a lot of couples who assume things about their partners, and that's a very unhealthy strategy because, again, then we're not inquiring a little bit more and going deeper
about what it could mean for them.
Completely.
And that saying, assume you make an ass out of you and me, so try not to assume about your partners. Get to know them, be curious with them.
Be curious, ask more questions, and that's true on many levels, on their values, on their dreams, on their goals, on intimacy. So exploring those things a little bit further is always helpful in a relationship. Also, we have our own perceptions. So if we get into an argument, there's two people in the argument in a couple, and one person's perception of the argument might be different than the other person's.
Right.
Sometimes we forget to take a step back and listen to what the other person is saying.
And trying to seek to understand.
Exactly, rather than thinking, well, no, my perception is right.
Right. And so often it's not even about who's right and who's wrong.
Exactly.
It's just about trying to understand each other's perspectives. Because if I'm looking at a number 6, you're looking at a number 9, and both could be true.
Exactly.
But trying to take a look from each other's lenses, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And repeating what you heard your partner say. That can be a really helpful strategy.
To understand.
Exactly. To confirm, like, am I hearing you say this correctly? This is what I've heard. And then it allows the partner the opportunity to say, well, no, actually, that's not what I meant. So, questions are so important in healthy relationships.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Add some to your life. Let's go. CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
The hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse.
Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
Whether it's in the kitchen,
Bibimbap.
Bibimbap.
There you go.
I love it.
or at the table,
Let's get rid of all of those cards. Keep 2.
Natasha McKenty serves up fun and interesting conversation.
It can really position you as an expert in your particular niche or industry.
Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe, or discover a local author. In studio,
It's pink.
Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored 4-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
This is Rogers TV.
We've taken a look at a bunch of really bad video game consoles here on ReRez, and most of these systems are clone consoles that are just ripped off from some other manufacturer without them knowing and reproduced and mutilated in horrific ways. Now, the console I'm going to show you today came from a manufacturer that I wasn't even aware made video game systems, but apparently at some point during the Nintendo 64 era, they made this. This is the Shopping Channel plug-and-play video game system, and is by far one of the worst consoles I've ever looked at. This system was most likely not actually made by the folks at the Shopping Channel, but they imported it and branded it with their own sticker and stuff. Now, I really don't know why they did this, but I have to assume that when they saw the release of the Nintendo 64, the Shopping Channel wanted in, and they wanted something that would appeal to a whole bunch of parents out there that had kids that wanted Nintendo 64s. But instead of giving them something like an actual Nintendo 64, or God forbid, an actual PlayStation system that had 3D graphics, they went with the cheapest option possible, a kind of N64 looking controller with 15 terrible NES games built into it. Now, before we take a look at those 15 games, and believe me, you're gonna want to stick around for that, let's take a closer look at this controller. Now, right off the top, you're gonna notice that it's got an analog joystick. And of course, because this system is an NES on a chip, it would never make use of analog inputs, which this definitely isn't. What it is one of these D-pad faceplate things underneath a bit of plastic with a little stick sticking out. It's horrible. It really isn't that responsive at all, and if you're gonna have to use this thing, you're gonna wanna use this D-pad shield thing here, which, by the way, also doesn't work that well because it's just not tuned properly. So let's say you forgive these folks for making one of the worst analog joysticks I've ever used and one of the squishiest D-pads ever presented in any console I've ever played. But what I can't forgive them for is this. All this console is an NES on a chip, so why it has 6 face buttons to the right is the most confusing thing I've ever seen. All the games built into this system only utilize A and B, but what they've done is they've duplicated each button twice for turbo functionality with C, X, Y, and Z. I don't know why anyone would need that many buttons that do the exact same thing, but here it is for some bizarre reason. So, let's talk about the games. As soon as you turn on the system, you're greeted to the 15-in-1 title screen that also happens to have 2 hastily drawn dogs standing on water. And from this menu is where you select one of the 15 games to play. But let's start off with the very first one, World Cup 2000. Now, from the title screen, you're probably assuming that this is from a company called New Game Star, and they made this game in the year 2000. But see, that's not quite accurate, because this game is actually soccer from Nintendo, a game released in 1985 on the NES. Now, of course, because of how bad this console's controller is, this game is an absolute nightmare to control, but the gameplay is essentially the same as you'd find on the NES. But it's the visuals that are different. At the top of the NES original, you see the score and the time left on a match, which is just normal, right? But on this one, there's skulls at the top. Another thing that's weird is that all of the character models in this game have horns for some reason, which isn't in the original, and it makes them all look like little demons. On the original NES version of this game, you see these flags on the sides of the soccer field, but in this version, you're seeing dead bodies. I don't exactly know what all of this means or why these changes were implemented, but I'm pretty sure what they're trying to insinuate here is that this is a soccer game being played in hell. And unlike the original version of soccer, sometimes this one will do weird stuff like this. City A2000, another game from New Game Star. Unfortunately though, this is another ripoff. It's actually Battle City from Namco. In the original release of this game, you drive a tank while shooting at a bunch of enemies and protect this iron emblem you have that's hidden behind a wall. However, in this bastardized version of the game, you're a naked man shaking his dick at oncoming enemies. I've got no idea why his dick's out, but there you go. It's there and everyone can see it, and I don't think there's any way to really hide what he's doing. You can shoot things out of your dick, and that's a thing you can do. You know, I thought the Demon Soccer game was gonna be about as weird as it got, but nope. Here we are, playing this. For our next ripped-off game, we're taking a look at Wimbledon Champ 2000. Now, I believe they meant Wimbledon, which is a real tennis championship, but I guess they just didn't know how to spell that word. So here we go. This is just tennis from the NES. That's all this game is, but they've just decided to screw up the visuals a bit. All the character models are now wearing skirts and have pigtails for some reason, but they've gone even further and changed the chair umpire's model. In the original Nintendo release of this game, he looked like Mario, but in this version they removed his hat and also changed the chair to look more like a milking machine of some sort. Or some kind of weird satellite. I really don't know what he's sitting on, but it certainly isn't a chair. Our next game is called WF Law, which is actually a ripoff of Tag Team Match Muscle. However, let's take a closer look at that logo. Now, call me crazy, but that definitely looks like somebody bent over pulling their butt cheeks apart, which is a very bizarre kind of logo, but I think it was done for one single purpose, and that purpose was to warn people or scare them away from having to play this game. Now look, I'm not a big fan of this game originally because there are far better wrestling games out there, but this version of the game has been made even worse by using one of the most disgusting color palettes I could have ever envisioned. It's all green and toxic looking. You just can't look at it for too long because it actually hurts your eyes. And because of the ridiculous color choices they made on this hack, it almost looks like these characters are farting on each other instead of wrestling. It's really weird. There were a bunch of way better wrestling games on the NES and on the Famicom, and they decided to take one that was just bad to begin with. I guess it would have been harder to steal a better game, maybe? Next up on the chopping block is On the Road, which is a ripoff of 1985's Road Fighter from Konami. Now this is a very strange game, because what they've done here is they've modified almost all the sprites to look just a little bit different, but they've also done one additional thing which just confuses me. Now originally they had fuel to the right here, but in this version of the game they've added food, because obviously changing fuel to food would trick everyone into thinking that they're not actually playing the original game. Now I can play the original Road Fighter pretty well, but this version of the game seems to be a little bit off. Even when taking into consideration how bad the controls are on this console to begin with, the controls seem to be a little bit less responsive than you'd be expecting. And additionally, because they've modified virtually all of the on-screen sprites in this game, the hitboxes are off, which makes it almost a damn impossibility to play properly. Number 6 on the 15 games is a game called Boat Race, which initially looked like something I had never seen before. Now see, when I first played this game, I thought it was something original, because I'd never really seen a boat racing game in this perspective on the NES. But here's my problem. As soon as I engaged the acceleration on this boat here, I heard something. That, right there. Did you hear that? That's tires squeaking. So immediately I thought, well, you know what? This is just a palette swap of some game that actually had cars. And of course it is. This is the exact same game as this. That's all it is. They just did a pretty neat palette swap, but at the end of the day, it's just a palette swap 1-to-1 with this game. They didn't even bother to change the music or sound effects. And which is weird, because you've got tires squeaking in the water. Now, this game is kind of funny. It's called Top Gun Mission, but it actually isn't Top Gun. You see, Top Gun doesn't look like this. What this game is Sky Destroyer. But what's hilarious about this game is they switched out the colors. Now see, while you're playing it here, it looks like you're flying over some grasslands or something, but see, all of that in the original game is actually water. Heck, even when you crash into this ground, you still splash like it was water. Just such laziness. The next game on the set is called Autumn Hunt, which clearly is, yep, that's just Duck Hunt. They've really messed with the graphics here, and it is really awkward looking. I mean, those ducks don't even look like they have heads, and the dog is now a Dalmatian for some reason. This is just a very strange looking version of this very iconic game, but it gets even worse when you stop and think about this game being included on this set. So you've got a knockoff version of Duck Hunt on this system, but why is that a problem? Well, look at the console. This is it. This is all I got. This game doesn't work when you're playing with this controller. Even all the extra 6 buttons don't do anything. But here's the really big problem. Let's say you do have an NES zapper that you want to hook up to this so that you can play it on a good old-fashioned CRT monitor. Well, that's not going to happen, because the input underneath is the same input from an Atari or a Sega Genesis. I've got no idea why they use that controller input method. I have to assume that at some point when you bought this thing originally from the shopping network, they would actually give you a bundled zapper, but as far as I'm aware, it doesn't exist and I couldn't find one, and when I bought this was all I got with it. So that's it. Useless game. So after that waste of a game, we now have UFO shooting, which is just clay shooting, which was included with the original release of Duck Hunt. See, that's stupid. All they did was they took a game that was already included with Duck Hunt and broke it off into 2 separate games. Basically, they just kind of faked their way through 15 games. But why the hell would you do that? And what makes it worse, this is another game you can't play because you don't have a zapper input for this. Now, as we've seen, all the games on the system so far have been copies of NES or Famicom games that already existed in the past and were just hacked and modified in slight ways to be on the system. Now, something interesting I noticed about this is that on the back, it's got a little faceplate over an area where it looks like you could put cartridges. If not NES cartridges, maybe Famicom carts. So I decided to open the thing up and take a look at the back. And you can see that there was some evidence of some kind of input connector method for the bottom here. So I believe there might be variations of the system somewhere out there where you can actually put cartridges on here. And when you open it up and take a look, all they're doing is just bypassing all that stuff off into a single chip so that you can just play that one ROM with these 15 games that are bundled into the system. That's all this is, a knockoff clone system that can't even play cartridges. That just makes it even worse. So the next game on the list is City B2000, which is just City A2000, just with a different title screen. What? There's only 15 games and you duplicated them? Why would you do that? You only had to have 15 knockoff games and you copied one of the games. What is the purpose of that? But it gets worse, because the very next game, called Mission Impossible, isn't Mission Impossible at all. It's just Top Gun Mission again. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same game they gave you earlier on, but again for some reason. And the next game, World Rally Champ, is just on the road again. But see, what they did to change this game out is they start you off right at course 2 instead of course 1. You can still get to this level by playing the very first version of this game on the game system, but I guess for people that just want to get to level 2 a lot quicker, all they have to do is click on this game. And the next game after this is called Rugged Racer, which, let me guess, yes, absolutely, it's just course 3 from On the Road. But what makes this even worse is that this is one of the original levels from Road Fighter from Konami, but they've simply butchered it. Look, for some reason, your car starts off in the dirt on the side of the road, and as soon as the game begins, you clip right back onto the street. Every time they introduce a new version of this game, the game seems to be hacked more and more to the point where it's almost unplayable. I mean, they simply can't keep copying this game, right? But wait, we've got another game on this list that might be another one, Highway Star, and yes, it's course 4 from the exact same game. What? Why would you do this? That doesn't make any sense. You already copied the game 3 times. Why would you need to copy it again? As if having 4 versions of the same racing game isn't bad enough, the final title on this 15-game epic is called Grand Prix Champ, and I'm pretty sure you're all assuming it's gonna be that racing game again. Well, you'd be wrong. It's the boat racing game being repeated. Oh, this is just insane. 15 games and you copied them again and again? Why would you do this? There had to have been 15 games you could have ripped off from any source, but you guys were so lazy that you didn't even copy other games, you just copied your own stupid games. And look, some of these games have weird variations and differences between them, but they're just bad hacks, bad modifications that are just terrible with what they are. This is god-awful. Trying to find anything positive in this console is pretty much an impossibility. I mean, I was expecting it to be bad, but not this bad. So there you have it, mostly 15 games that are just awful, being played on the plug-and-play system from the shopping channel. But this is what confuses me. Those 15 games, even the duplicates, are from other manufacturers who still own the code for these games. And Duck Hunt being a really big Nintendo property, why the heck did they not get sued or served a cease and desist for selling these systems? Maybe they did. And maybe that's why these things don't exist anymore. But I like to hope that maybe the shopping channel wised up and figured, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't screw people over by selling them these things. Because if I woke up one morning and my parents gave me this as a gift, I probably would have hurled it right back at their faces.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
My mother always tells me to smile and put on a happy face. Is it just me, or is it getting crazier out there? I used to think that my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy.
Family, it's just extremely important. People move around, connected for success. It's just made it so much easier. For the longest time, I was on cloud 9. It connects you to family, it connects you to the outside world, and it makes you feel connected to the community. It was a whole new experience. You realize then how much you missed out. In fact, connect is my favorite word now. I love that word. It keeps me out of trouble.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
Welcome to our brand new series that we're calling the Re-Res Game Club. Now, what this show is about is essentially talking about video games that we think are worth playing. Now, I know, you probably assume we're only going to be talking about old video games, and you might be right most of the time, but we're also going to be talking about new games as well, because it really doesn't matter how old or new the game is, as long as we think it's cool. And if it's cool enough, it gets to join the club. So without further ado, here's our very first episode. Dune is a game released in the early 90s by a company named Cryo Interactive on DOS, Amiga, and Sega CD. Now, this version you're going to be seeing played out on this episode here was all played on DOS, but all the versions pretty much look the same and pretty much play the same. What's really cool about this game, though, is not only does it take from the Dune novel by Frank Herbert, or even the Dune movie by David Lynch, but it kind of merges them together and adds new characters and ideas that are not seen in any of those two sources. It's pretty unique in that sense, but it also does something really interesting by merging a whole bunch of different types of gameplay into one. So, let's take a look at Dune. The video game landscape in 1992 was very, very different. There was Super Mario Kart, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Mortal Kombat, and Wolfenstein 3D, but a game like Dune simply had not happened. And for one very big reason. Those other games I mentioned were released in arcades, floppy disks, or even cartridges, but they didn't come out on CDs. But Dune was different, and because it came out on an optical disc, they were capable of doing this.
A beginning is a very delicate time.
Full motion video sequences might not seem like a big deal now, but back in the 90s, this was the cutting edge. Being able to take sequences from David Lynch's Dune and import them into the game gave it a unique feeling that was not common for its time. The developers didn't stop at using sequences from the movie, as they also animated sequences to simulate flying across Dune. But I'm getting way ahead of myself because I haven't even told you what the gameplay in Dune is like. And well, it's kind of complex. You see, the game first starts off as a point-and-click action-adventure game taking place from the first-person perspective. Now, this gameplay is pretty fun. You go around talking to people, and you get to explore the palace that you're in, and eventually, you get to go into these Ornies. And the Ornies allow you to fly across Dune, searching a bunch of other places, like Sietches, where you find the natives of Dune, Fremen, to basically work for you. And when that happens, they throw in a whole new style of gameplay: resource management. At this point, with the Fremen at hand, you go around Dune harvesting spice. And spice is native to Dune. You can't find it on any other planet, so it's incredibly valuable. And you're not the only one on Dune looking for this stuff. You play as Paul Atreides from the House Atreides, and your sworn enemies, the Harkonnen, are also on this planet enslaving the locals and wanting you dead. So, once you get your footing with resource management, they throw in combat gameplay into the mix. This was the first time I had ever played a real-time strategy, and although it doesn't operate the same way that a game like StarCraft would, at its core, you're still moving around units and attacking fortresses and other enemies. Most of the combat strategy games that existed around this time utilized a turn-based approach, but with Dune, the moment you start the game, a clock starts, and you've got a day and night cycle. Everything you do in this game takes time, and that time takes effect on the things you do in the world, like harvesting spice or attacking people. And that's what made this game, for me, a real-time strategy game, a real-time resource management game, and a real-time point-and-click first-person action-adventure game all in one. For a game this epic and different, you'd have to imagine that there was a lot of production behind it. And believe it or not, there was a point when we may have not actually gotten this game at all. The development of this game went through a bunch of problems, but what makes it really fascinating is that at some point, for some reason, two versions of the game were being produced at the exact same time from two different developers. Due to many issues, this game here was supposed to be canceled, but that didn't happen, and it finally came out in 1992, just a little bit before the other company released their game. And by a little bit, I mean just a couple months apart. Both Dune 1 and Dune 2, its sequel, developed by a completely different company, were released in the exact same year in 1992. Despite the fact that both of these games utilize the Dune franchise, they're not really related. They don't play the same, they don't look the same. But many would argue that Dune 2 was far more important than Dune 1, because you see, Dune 2 was made by this little-known company named Westwood Studios, and with Dune 2, they introduced the modern philosophies and concepts for real-time crime strategy games on the PC. But I think I'll be saving that game for another episode. When I was a kid, I found this game so difficult to play because it was mixing so many different genres together, and I really couldn't get my head around it. But as I've gotten older and went back to play the game, I ended up completing it and really enjoying my experience. The app, there's a bunch of faults with it because it is really trying to mix too much stuff at once, but the game stands alone as something that you really can't find anything else quite like it. Dune is a really different game that's cool, and I wish more games are made like it, and it's something that I think you guys should try out.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
They served to protect our homes. Now many are homeless. They fought for our way of life. Now many are fighting personal battles of their own. They answered the call for our country. Now we honor them by serving our communities. Help us help Canada's veterans. Become a Legion member today.
As a video game developer, Namco has produced some of the best video games around, but one really crazy weird thing that they did a lot of back in the 90s and even into the early 2000s was make really unique video game controllers, sometimes one-offs that only got used in like 1 or 2 games. And this is one of them. This is the Namco Nijicon. Nikonji, Nijigon, Nigonji, Nigano, Nijicon. My god, that's a hard name to pronounce. At first glance, this just looks like a very strange controller with no real unique features. But at the very center, the entire controller completely twists to 135 degrees. This is a very interesting design because up until this point, I had never seen any other controller quite like it. It's compatible with a lot of different games, but most notably racing games like Toon Grand Prix 2 and even Gran Turismo. If you're a longtime subscriber of Re-Res, you may have remembered a game I covered in the past called Speed King, which is pretty much a Metal Gear Solid and Snatcher themed racer. Well, that game also utilized this controller, as you can clearly see in the manual. For the rest of this video though, you're going to be seeing me play one specific game, Ridge Racer Type 4, which I think works really well with this controller. Now I know the concept of this controller is very weird. The idea of just turning it like that is kind of strange, but there is a reason why they did this. See, back when they were designing this controller, there really wasn't a lot of analog technology around to be used with D-pads. So the concept of driving a car and turning it left and right, but giving pinpoint precision on how much you're actually turning, well, unless you had a steering wheel in front of you, there really wasn't any other way to kind of transmit that to the game. But with the Nijicon controller, its analog input is so precise that even a tiny little turn completely changes the car to that exact same specific degree that you are moving it at. That's the kind of stuff and kind of precision that Namco wanted for a lot of their racing games, which is really neat because no one else was making a controller quite like this at the time. Compared to original PlayStation controller, this one has a couple of key differences. For one, all the buttons to the right of the controller, the circle, square, triangle, and X, well, those buttons are gone. Now you have B and A and Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2. Now B and A are normal buttons, but the Roman numeral buttons have a lot of travel, like they're really, really long. And it's kind of interesting because I've never really seen this used in another controller. So if you're playing a racing game by pushing that one button, you have a lot more precise input for how much gas gas you're applying or how much of the brake you're applying. It's cool, and I actually wish they did this with more controllers. That same kind of travel is evident in the left and right triggers, and well, the D-pad isn't really the same PlayStation D-pad you find on a traditional PlayStation. Now it's a shield. The button on this controller that's most peculiar of all, though, is just the lone start button. For some reason, they didn't include a select button. And on a normal PlayStation controller where you'd find L2 and R2, those are also missing. This controller cannot be used with pretty much any other game because, well, it's missing buttons, and most games that were made on the PlayStation made use of everything that was on the controller. This controller was made for racing games, and honestly, while all these other buttons are really neat, the one thing that stands out beyond everything else is the way that you twist it, because this makes it one of the most unique controllers I've ever used. Believe it or not, this controller isn't even limited to the PlayStation 1. This also works on certain PlayStation 2 games like Tokyo Road Police, Wipeout Fusion, and Ridge Racer 5. The Nijicon controller is a really cool design, and guys, I absolutely love this. The whole concept of turning the controller and twisting it like that made it really fun. There's really not many controllers out there that give you that kind of precise control while driving a car unless you're using an analog stick nowadays. But this concept here, I think, plays a lot better and is far more enjoyable in the racing games that you actually race with. The only sad part is, because of the limited use of buttons that they put on this thing, you can't use it with other racing games. And that kind of sucks. So, if you are a big fan of Namco racers and you want to try out a controller that is just going to blow your mind, you gotta get the Nijicon. A big special thanks to ANC Games out of Toronto, Ontario for letting us borrow that copy of Ridge Racer Type 4. Thanks, guys.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.